In your notebook, heading standard costing. Yes, underline first two points. This topic is about comparison of actual cost with the standards to know the difference, and the difference is called variance. Now, in entire costing, everything that we have learnt is about estimation of future costs, material, labor, and overheads. That estimation is always done before, and this is what we did even in budget topic. We are in January, we make budget for February, March, quarter 2, quarter 3, this year, next year, second half of this year, and full next year. Therefore, what we have learned so far is how to estimate future numbers. Standard costing is first you make the estimation, and then that actual month gets over, and then you compare your estimated cost with the actual cost. The difference is called variance. I repeat, we are in the month of January. For the month of February, we have estimated raw material cost to be 10,000 rupees. Now, how to estimate? We studied in budget topic. We do consumption, production, consumption, kgs, correct? Adjust the stock and so on. So what we have covered so far in the syllabus is how do you estimate future costs. Now in this topic, sitting in January, you make estimation for February. Once the February is over, say we are sitting on March 1st today, now you have both estimated cost of February and actual cost of February. When you compare estimated cost with actual cost, you get some difference. You may not get also, but 99% chances you will have some differences. That difference is called variance. Study of variance is this chapter. CA final, the same topic is called standard costing and variance analysis. Basically, variance is the difference between what should have been my cost and what is my actual cost. Three possibilities. Standard cost is equal to actual cost, then there is no variance, correct? Second possibility, standard cost was low, actual cost is much high, that is called adverse variance. Adverse because we have spent more, adverse is bad. Third possibility, we estimated high cost, but actually we have spent much less, and this is favorable variance. Favorable variance because it is in our favor, we have saved our money. One is to calculate the variance, second is to understand why is there adverse variance, why is there favorable variance. Continue. Definition of standard costing. It is the preparation of standard cost and applying them to measure the variance from actual cost, and underline, analyzing the cause of such variance with a view to monitor or maintain maximum efficiency in production. Tell me, if standard material cost is 10,000 rupees, actual material cost is 12,000 rupees, 10 versus 12. Actual is more now. We have spent 2,000 extra. What variance is this? Adverse variance. Now the next thing to know is why did we spend 2,000 extra? Maybe we have wasted a lot of raw material. Maybe material was of poor quality, therefore we had to forcefully use more raw material. Maybe we thought per kg will be 7 rupee, but in market it was 7.2 rupee. Maybe any of these reasons. Therefore, it is not just to calculate variance, it is also to find out what is the reason, as I said, cause of that variance. So once we get to know what went wrong, at least in next month we can take those corrective actions. Read. 5 steps in standard costing. Step 1. Mark this important. They've asked theory question many times for 5 marks. Steps in standard cost. First step is to set the standard, ascertaining the standard cost for each element of cost, material, labor, and overhead. Basically, we will be studying material cost variance, labor cost variance, and overhead cost variance. Step 2, measure the actual cost. This is not your work. This is accounting work. End of the month, you ask them to give trading P&L account. In that, you have the actual cost. Actual cost is measured in accounts class, not here. Estimation is done in costing. Actual is done in accounts class. Trading P&L will give you. Now the third is compare the actual with the standard. The difference is called as what? Variance. Variance in simple is the difference between what you thought versus what has actually happened. Correct? Step 4. Analyze the above variance in order to find out underlying reason for such variances. I told you material cost has gone up by 2000. Why did it go up by 2000? Is it because material was of bad quality? What happens when material is of bad quality? You thought in 5 kg input you will get the output, but if material quality is bad, you may have to use 6 kg to get same output. Understand what I am saying? You thought 5 kg raw material will yield 1 kg output, but material was of bad quality. You had to put more raw material to get same output. That may be the reason. Or you had a new employee who did not know how to use material. He might have wasted material. Or there may be one costly raw material, one cheap raw material that they should have mixed and made a product. They added more costly material and less cheap material, and then they made that product. Maybe because of that also have spent more. Or maybe price of the raw material went up suddenly in the market. Any of this may be the reason. Yield, mix, employee not trained properly, material is costly. Maybe there is a loss of raw material, excess wastage. You have studied in process costing. 5% was expected to be wasted, 8% is wasted. Now that extra 3% also will create extra cost to you. So investigating all of this is step 4. Last step, take appropriate remedial measures wherever necessary in order to maintain and ensure maximum efficiency in future. 1 month is over. Say February you got to know 2000 adverse variance. At least in March you can fix that. If you got to know all the 2000 extra was spent only because employee wasted material, you can tell him that because of your company is losing 2000, maybe he requires some training, or maybe he wants someone to supervise him, or maybe the machine is outdated, it's not his fault also. This is what you have to do in step 4 and step 5. Find out what went wrong, and step 5, ensure that the mistake is not repeated again in March. So sir, in March variance will be 0 if you fix all the problems in February? No. You know this very well. You tried fixing yourself in November, nothing happened. In December you tried, not happening. January you are trying with New Year resolution, still not happening. That means it's a continuous process. In Japanese term, you have a CA final topic. It's called Kaizen costing. Kaizen costing is basically costing of continuous improvement. Standard costing is one segment of Kaizen costing where you continuously try and fix your weak areas. That's why they said in order to improve the maximum efficiency. Wastages, spoilages, defective production, not planning well in advance. Now, suddenly in the month of January you go and buy that material and there is too much of demand. You could have signed a contract in December itself for a low price. You can also plan. For example, now we are in the month of January. We need one raw material in April, and I know in April every factory will be in need of same raw material. Prices will shoot up. If I don't do anything now and keep quiet for Jan, Feb, March, and April, if I go to market, 1 kg which is 7 rupee today will be 7.5 or 8 rupee because of demand supply. So what I can do today itself, I can sign a contract with my supplier saying on 1st April I will buy 10,000 kg from you at 7 rupee. Correct? That means in order to reduce my extra cost in April, I can take some actions today itself. This is what you call as future contract. Sign a contract today itself so that in future, even if the prices are high, you will be able to buy it at 7 rupee itself. This is what many people do. Whenever price of a commodity goes down and they know in future the price will go up, they will sign a contract at a low price point, and then when price is actually very high in April, you will still be able to get it because you have already a contract signed. This is called commodity market. There is one market only for this. This you can do even with foreign exchange. Now tell me, say AC. AC prices will be too high in April, May. Correct? I am thinking of buying one AC. Just an example. I am thinking of buying one AC for my house this time. If I wait for the summer and then go to AC shop in the month of April, May, because there is high demand, he will keep high price. Therefore, what I should do? Go today itself. He may say, sir, we don't have new model of AC. I am okay. I don't want AC now. I want heater now. I don't want AC now. But I will be ready to sign a contract saying on 1st April, I will buy this model of AC at 10,000 rupee, whatever may be the price in the market that day. If that shop owner is ready to sign because he got one ready customer now, correct? Now I am sure price is going to be more than 10,000 that day. So if I sign a contract today itself in the month of April, market price may be 12 or 13 or 14,000, but I will go and show the contract, boss, you have signed a contract. So give me that AC at 10,000 only. Replace this AC with all commodities. This happens with steel, cement, rice, petrol, gold, silver, everything, even dollar, all foreign currency markets. Correct? Instead of crying in April, suddenly my cost has gone up. I can sign a contract in January itself. This is what I call as continuous improvement. Same thing can happen even with raw material. You think in April tomato price will go up, and your company is into tomato ketchup itself. So better go now only sign a contract instead of crying in the month of April that material price variance adverse. Therefore, this is called continuous improvement. It is not that 1 month you do standard costing, find out the reason for variance, take some action, next month there will be zero variances. You fix one problem, a new problem will come next time. Next month you fix that problem, one more problem will come. Running a company is as good as managing our personal, professional, financial life. We try fixing one, something else will come up. There is no day where you will say, I am now reached that perfect happy point. Too much of happiness, sir, it's boring, sir. I need some thrill in life. Let's do something wrong. This is how even companies are. When everything is going good, they want to start a new product. Suddenly, new product comes in, focus gets shifted. The old product will start having negative variances. It's a continuous improvement process. If you don't do this, then your company will be stagnant. If you make same product forever, then also will be out of market. Therefore, standard costing is not a one-time process. Remember this. I can even ask this as a short notes question. It is not that one time you do variance, one time you find out adverse or favorable variances, and one time you fix all the problems, and next month there is no problem. This is not true. These are 5 steps, and this has to happen every month, every quarter, every year. Underline. Variance may be favorable or unfavorable depending upon the circumstance. If actual cost is higher than standard cost, you tell me, actual is higher than standard, then the difference is called what now? Adverse, correct? Or unfavorable. They use the word adverse variance. If the actual cost is less than standard cost, then the difference is called favorable variance, because you thought you will spend 10,000, you have actually spent only 9,000. It's a saving or a gain to you. A favorable variance will contribute to profit. Tell me how. This is a good question for MCQ. A favorable variance will contribute to profits and unfavorable variance will reduce the profit. How? Just now I told you favorable variance is a kind of saving or a gain. If there is a saving, then your profit will shoot up. Correct? If there is unfavorable or adverse variance, then you have incurred more cost. If cost goes up, profit comes down. Correct? Variance is ascertained for each element of cost for which standard has been set. That means you do it for material cost also, labor cost also, overhead cost also. These variances are further analyzed according to the cause so that the proper control by management can be exercised. 2 types of variances. Underline this for a theory short notes question. Controllable variances, uncontrollable variances. Listen, my material cost standard was 10,000 and actual cost is 12,000, and this 2,000 adverse, correct, or negative, we don't write it as minus 2,000, we write 2,000 in bracket adverse. If this is purely because employee wasting raw material, tell me, can this problem be fixed in future? This is called what variance? Controllable variance. Those variances which are under the control of management, by your action can you control it or reduce it. You may not be able to bring it to zero in 1 month, right? But it can be brought under control. But if this 2,000 is only because of sudden increase in price in the market, then that becomes uncontrollable variance. It is not your fault. It is not in your hand. You should have signed a contract long ago. You did not. Leave that. Under normal circumstances, price should have been, say, as I told you, 7 rupees per kg, but due to some reason it went to 7.8 rupee per kg, 0.8 rupee per kg into whatever number of kgs. Because of that, you have spent 2000 extra. This is not your fault. Correct? I'll give you another example of uncontrollable variance. Electricity bill for factory. We estimated electricity bill to be 20,000 rupee based on the unit consumption, average consumption of last 12 months. We consumed same number of units, no wastage of electricity in the factory, but government increased the rate in the mid of the month. Because of that, my cost became 21,000. Now, is this 1,000 due to company's fault? No, this is what now? Uncontrollable variance. That's all. The variances which can be solved or can be fixed by action of management is called controllable. What is not in your hand is uncontrollable variance. I told you already at the beginning of today's class. Exam preponing to April 25 is uncontrollable variance, not in your hand. Don't worry. What you can fix is study 5 days of extra content from today itself. Controllable variance. What is in your control? Wasting 5 days now is in your control. Don't waste. Exam coming 5 days before is not in your control. What is in your control is controllable. So raw material wastage is always a controllable variance, but raw material price going up is not in your hand. It is uncontrollable variance. Mid of the month, government increases minimum wage to be paid to all employees from 7,000 rupees. I'm just taking an example. They said 7,000 should become 8,000, and this happened on 16th January, mid of the month. They said this is effective from 1st January itself. So all factories, when you are paying January salary in the month of February, you should not pay 7,000, minimum has to be 8,000. But when we prepared standard cost of January, we had only 7,000 in mind. We did not know this government rule will come in between. Again, this is what variance now? Uncontrollable variance. Clear? Raw material per kg going up, government increasing electricity rate, or government changing a rule or court judgment saying that the bonus has to be paid, minimum wages have to be changed, overtime payment has to be changed in the mid of the month, which we never planned. All of this is called uncontrollable variance. Both are given here. See this. It is said to be controllable variance if a variance can be identified as the primary responsibility of specified person. The size of controllable variance reflects degree of efficiency of the person concerned. Thus, material used in excess of standard quantity results in controllable variance. I just now told you, you should have taken 6 kg, but employee was new. She was not trained properly. He took 6.2 kg. He wasted 0.2 kg. You can control this. Next month, you can make this 0. Controllable variance. But government increasing electricity rate is not under your control. Now, disposal of variance. Now, listen to this part. 10,000 was my standard cost. 12,000 is my actual cost. Month is over. 2,000 is adverse variance. Disposal, when they say, the discussion is what to do with this 2,000. Because in your costing, expected cost was only 10, but actual cost is 12. You have to show this 2,000 somewhere. If you remember, in overheads, we learned this as under absorption, over absorption. And if you remember, there were 2 arrow marks. If it is due to your fault, then it goes to costing P&L account. If it is not due to your fault, then it can go to FG and WIP if it is still in your hand. If it is already sold, then even that will go to costing P&L. That means net you have only 2 things. One, some part will go to costing P&L. Second, some part will go to FG and WIP. That is what they wrote here also. Some part of variance will go to profit and loss account, and some part of variance will be transferred to FG account, WIP account. In future, you can recover from customer. Do you remember this discussion? Let's do 1 minute quick revision. What was this? Estimated overhead 10,000. Remember, actual overhead 12,000. So we have spent 2,000 extra, and then you identify mainly 2 reasons. Remember, due to, who can complete this? Management inefficiency. Remember, this will go where? Costing P&L account. Good. Balance is due to increase in cost. Correct. Under this 3 arrow marks, If goods are already sold, even that will go to costing P&L. If goods are still with me in the form of FG, then this will go to FG account, this will go to WIP account. You see in your textbook now, this is what they said. One part will go to costing P&L, the other part will go to respective stock account FG and WIP. Clear? Chalo, write down the heading. Listen to me first before you write the heading. Standard costing has mainly three parts. First is material cost variance. Now variance is the difference between estimated cost and actual cost. First we learn material variance, second we learn labor cost variance, and then we study overhead cost variance. Under overhead we have variable overhead cost variance and fixed overhead cost variance, and this is our full topic. Clear? First write this in your notebook, mid of the page, standard costing. Material cost variance, MCV. Labor cost variance, LCV. Overhead cost variance, under that variable segment, fixed segment. We are now starting with material cost variance. Right, again, mid of the page, material cost variance. Listen to me. Don't copy this part. Suppose standard cost was 10 kg. I'll make it 8 rupees per kg, 80 rupees. Say actual cost is 11 kg into 9 rupee, 99 rupee. How much is the extra cost incurred now? 19. What variance is this now? Adverse variance, because I've spent extra. Understand, we don't write minus 19. If I write 19 in bracket adverse, it is negative variance or adverse variance. Now you tell me. The question is this 19 rupee only because of extra kgs? Is it only because of extra price? Is it because of both? Now, can we find out of 19, how much is because of quantity, how much is because of price? We know that 19 is because of both, some extra kg, some extra rate. But out of 19, how much is because of purely quantity? Is there a way to find out? Think and tell me how. One thing is clear. I'm going one step behind again. One thing is clear, the 19 is not only because of quantity, not only because of price. Price is also called as rate. Yeah, either way I can use the word. but I don't know how much is what, correct? So some variance is due to quantity, some due to rate or price. I'll take one more example. It may so happen that you consume only 9 kg, but the rate is 10 rupee, 90 rupee. Now also there is 10 rupee adverse variance, correct? Now you tell, is the problem because of kgs or rate? Is it problem because of both? Think and tell. The extra 10 rupee we have spent, whom to blame now, kgs or rate? Actually kgs helped us, correct? Despite consuming low quantity, we have adverse variance. That means problem is mainly because of rate or price. Able to follow? Now you know it may happen other way around also, correct? This may become 11 kg, this may be 6 rupee, now it is 66 rupee, and now I have 14 rupee. What now? Favorable variance, correct? Now what is the main reason for saving in cost? Favorable means saving in cost. It is only because of price. Sir, actually we took 1 kg extra, there is a problem here, but then we have saved so much in rate that net effect is favorable. Are you understanding? We consumed 1 kg extra, but we saved so much in terms of rate that net effect is favorable. That means be very careful. This number is zero variance. That doesn't mean everything was same as standard. It may so happen that you consume 1 kg less and rate went up by exact 1 kg, 1 rupee. I'll take an example. 10 kg, 10 rupee. This should have been 100, say standard cost. Actual cost 25 kg, only 4 rupee, 100. If you see this and say, sir, no variance, that is wrong. Tell me, is there a variance? Yes, but the problem is total of positive variance is equal to total of negative variances. We have taken 15 extra kgs, we have a reason to be unhappy, correct? But we got goods from some supplier that we saved so much in terms of discount, almost we got what, 60% discount, correct? So zero variance doesn't mean there is no plus minus. The total of plus is equal to total of minus. Kgs we spent extra, rate we spent less. So remember, if the variance is zero, that doesn't mean everything whatever was set as standard was equal to actual. The quantity variances negative is equal to rate variance which was positive. Negative means adverse, positive means favorable, correct? So zero variance doesn't mean we can relax. Even if there is zero variance, there will still be a meeting to discuss variance analysis. What will they discuss? They will compare this. 10 kg, we thought, why did we spend 25 kg? Maybe raw material is of such worst quality, correct? Why is it worst quality? You thought it is 10 rupee, you bought it from someone who gave it at 4 rupee. Now you know the reason also. If you buy such, as people say, third class quality material, you will get a very good discount, but then look what should have been done in 10 kg, you are consuming 25 kg. That means even when variance is zero, there will still be a meeting at the end of the month to discuss variance analysis, correct? Now our job is to identify how much of variance is due to quantity and how much of that is due to rate or price. Clear? Quantity variance is also called as volume. All of this is there in book, don't worry. Volume variance or usage variance. Rate variance is also called as price variance. Now coming to this segment, we'll discuss rate little later. Coming to quantity variance. Quantity variance can be because of two reasons further. Understand first total variance, some part due to quantity, some part due to rate. Under quantity, some can be because of yield, some can be because of mix. Now what is this? As I told you, 1 unit of Fg, 10 kg raw material was set as a standard. Now if raw material is of bad quality, to get same 1 unit of Fg, I may end up using 11 kg, 12 kg, 15 kg, 18 kg also. If raw material, now understand the meaning of the word yield. Yield is the ability to generate output. Normally we use it with respect to land, correct? Crop yield, etc. To get same 1 unit of Fg, if we are consuming more raw material, and that variance is called yield variance. I repeat, to get 1 unit of Fg, we should have consumed 10 kg, but material was not of good quality. We had to add lot of material to get same output, correct? Material output quality was not so good, therefore it did not yield expected result. Instead of consuming 10 kg, we consumed maybe 11 kg, maybe 12 kg, maybe 15 kg, maybe 18 kg. If raw material is of extremely good quality, tell me what may happen. We may get the output within 8-9 kg also. Yes or no? That's why it's called yield variance, ability to generate output. Second variance is mix variance. I'll explain this with an example. 1 kg aloo, 1 kg paneer, which is cheap by the way, which is costly. Those who don't know this, assume aloo is cheap, paneer is costly. That means total input is 2 kg. Listen to me carefully. This example will help you. In exam it will be raw material A and B. I made it aloo and paneer so you understand this. Suppose this cost is 20 rupee and this cost is 200 rupee. This is 20 rupee now, this is 200 rupee. Standard cost is 220. Correct? 2 kg raw material. Assume no wastage. 2 kg input, 2 kg output. Aloo, paneer, sabji. Correct? Listen now. We cooked 2 kg aloo paneer sabji itself, FG ready. But instead of taking 1 kg aloo and 1 kg paneer, we took 0.9 kg aloo and 1.1 kg paneer. Now you tell me, will the total cost be more than 220 or less than 220? Why so? Even now we are taking same 2 kg. You know what is the problem? That is exactly called mix variance. Did you understand? The total input is same 2 kg, but then 0.9 kg into 20 will be 18 rupee, 1.1 into 200 will be 220 rupee. You end up spending 18 rupee extra, not because aloo was bad, not because paneer was bad. That was yield variance. Materials were good, but you mixed it in wrong ratio. Tell me, when will this become favorable now? Correct? When you do 1.1 kg of aloo and 0.9 kg of paneer, then the cost will be less than 220, and that saving is because of mixing. We are not blaming aloo, we are not blaming paneer. That is yield. Aloo did not give output is yield variance. I did not mix aloo paneer in correct ratio is mix variance. Now common sense. If you are using single raw material, will there be mix variance? If it is aloo sabji problem, you will not have mix variance, you will have only yield variance. Aloo being good quality, aloo being bad quality, that's all. Aloo mixing in wrong ratio will come only if there is one more. For any ratio you need minimum 2 numbers. It can be 3 also. Aloo, matar, paneer, sabji. Possible. That means mix variance will come into picture when you have more than one raw material. Be careful with MCQ pattern. All of this can be a question. Which of the variance will not be there in every problem? Mix variance is the answer. Mix variance will come into picture only if you have 2 or more raw material. Clear? With one material, what will you mix? No question of mix variance. Correct? It's only because of extra aloo or less aloo. It can't be because of costly item mixed with cheaper item. That is possible only if you have 2 raw materials. Done. So first variance is called yield variance. Next is called mix variance. And third one is called rate variance or price variance. This was 1 kg was supposed to be 7 rupee, but same 1 kg we consumed, but the rate became 7.3. Observe, in yield and mix I was talking about kg. Extra aloo, aloo paneer, wrong mixing. It was all about quantity, and now suddenly I'm talking about this being same 1 kg but extra rate. That means this variance is purely because of rate or price. Clear? Tell me. Quickly summarize. Material cost variance is due to two reasons. One is quantity, second is rate. Quantity is also called as volume and usage. Rate is also called as price variance. Quantity is due to yield and mix. Yield is because individual raw material is not giving good output. Mix is because you mix it in wrong proportion. It can be chemical A, chemical B, costly chemical, cheaper chemical. Simple. Here it is rate variance. This is due to price, that is purely due to rupee, not due to quantity. So total 3 variances. Mix variance will not come into picture if the problem has single raw material. In that case, yield variance itself is quantity variance. So no 2 arrow marks now. First 2 you have. Under quantity you don't have 2. You have only 1. Therefore you don't need one more arrow mark. Quantity, usage, yield, everything will be single. The moment you have multiple raw materials, 95% of the problems you have more than one raw material. But if they want to ask material yield variance as a multiple choice question, only one variance, not full table, then remember yield variance is always there. Mix variance may be, may not be, depending upon whether we have one RM or more than one RM. And then rate variance whenever things are given in rupees. Yeah, come to the table. They've given a small table kind of format, page number 444. Mark this table important. This is the table that helps us to calculate material cost variance. Material A, material B, as I told you, aloo, paneer. There are 4 columns. Column 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll explain all of this in detail as of now. First, understand the broader structure. SQ is standard quantity, how much I should have consumed. SR is standard rate, how much should have been cost per kg. Now if you observe, most of the places you have same standard rate, correct? Only last column you have AR, that is actual rate. And then in quantity of standard quantity, RSQ's revised standard quantity, you will understand with one problem, don't worry. And then you have actual quantity and actual quantity. That means table is full of only 4 things: standard quantity, standard rate, actual quantity, actual rate. Tell me, standard quantity into standard rate should give you what? Standard cost. Simple. Actual quantity into actual rate should give you what? This is your column 1, just check. And this is your column 4. Correct? Then why are we doing column 2 and column 3? It is not enough to find out total variance. I should also know how much is because of quantity, how much is because of price. Under quantity, how much is because of yield, how much is because of mix. Because I need all of that, I need column 2 also, column 3 also. Otherwise, column 1 and column 4 is enough. Read 1 minus 2. Column 1 minus column 2 is material, yield variance, mix variance, subtotal. If you can visualize this with the chart that I wrote, the arrow marks. First you have quantity, then you have rate. Under quantity you have yield and mix. Here they first calculated yield. Now focus on the second table. Yield and then mix. Yield and mix together should give you quantity, and on the other side you have rate or price variance. Remember, this quantity and this price together should give you the main heading, material cost variance. The chart only in the reverse form. Correct? Everyone in textbook, you focus. Don't see the board now. Focus textbook. First they said we'll find out yield variance. Correct? And then they said we'll find out mix variance. And then we'll do a subtotal of that. We call it quantity variance. Correct? And then they said we'll find out price variance. And then all of that put together is cost variance. Now focus on screen. This is exactly what we did. Cost variance. Under that, some part due to quantity, some due to price. Under quantity, some yield and some mix. Now tell me, this is nothing but 1 minus 2. Hello. And then this is 2 minus 3. The subtotal of this is quantity. And then this is 3 minus 4. The grand total of this is cost variance. Able to follow? Sir, I am getting one doubt. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Complete the sentence. 2, 2 cancel. 1 minus 3. Is it wrong? Guys, listen. Column 1, column 2, column 3. Correct? This is 10, this is 12, this is 14. How much is 1 minus 2? Minus 2. Correct? 12 minus 14 minus 2. And the total of this is minus 4, which is nothing but 1 minus 3 is minus 4. One minus 2, 2 minus 3. If you cancel 2 and 2, it is nothing but 1 minus 3. For the first time, I gave an answer like you, but you are not ready to accept it. Is this correct? Sir, if this was correct in the textbook also, you would have printed 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Why subtotal you would have written 1 minus 3? This biscuit, we are not eating this. You can understand it as 1 minus 3, nothing wrong. But there is a problem. Little later you will understand why I am not writing in textbook as 1 minus 3. So if you want to understand this as 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 is equal to 1 minus 3, you are correct, but not always. Okay, we will learn it little later. What happens in MCQ format? Listen to me. They will directly ask you to find out material usage variance for 1 mark. Now tell me, if you go by this table style, how will you reach usage variance? You have to do 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 and then add. Instead, if you know 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 is directly 1 minus 3, you can write column 1 and column 3, directly get the answer. That column 2 is unnecessary. If it is MCQ pattern, who will see your table? Correct? Therefore, it is not wrong if I say 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 is equal to 1 minus 3. Sir, continue that. I am getting one more doubt now. This is 3 minus 4. No, you are correct. If this is 3 minus 4, now tell me what is this now? What is column 1, by the way? Standard quantity into standard rate. This is standard cost. What is column 4? Actual quantity into actual rate. This is actual cost. This difference itself is our first part of the chart now. So this is not wrong if I understand it as 1 minus 4. But we should be little careful. This is not universally correct. That's why I did not print in the book. Little later today, you will see column 3 will get divided into column 3.1 and 3.2. So to avoid that confusion, I did not print as 1 minus 3. For shortcut, if you understand it as 1 minus 3, it is not totally wrong. You will get to know when to use it, when not to use it. Done. Standard quantity. SQ. Note, read. Standard quantity is standard quantity for actual production. Sir, what is this standard quantity for actual production? Listen, I told you that 1 unit of FG requires 10 kg raw material. And then I said during the month of January, we produced 100 units of FG by consuming 950 kgs actual consumption. Now tell me, should I compare 10 kg versus 950 kg and then say favorable, adverse, blah blah blah? Will that make sense? I repeat, I told you 1 unit of FG requires 10 kg of RM. This is like standard now, correct? And then I said during the month of January, we produced 100 units of FG by consuming 950 kgs of actual quantity. Now, should I compare 10 kg standard quantity and 950 kg actual quantity? Is it a right comparison? No. Tell me what is the right comparison then? Sir, if 1 unit of FG requires 10 kg, then 100 units of FG you should have taken 1000 kg, that you should compare with 950 kg. Now you understood the sentence. Standard quantity is for actual production. That's why 1 unit FG requires 10 kg, 100 units required 100 into 10. So 1000 kg is standard quantity for actual production. What is 950, sir? Actual quantity for actual production. What is 950? Actual quantity for actual production. What is 1000? Standard quantity for actual production. This comparison is correct comparison. You will understand once we start problems. I am just explaining the theory as of now. Revise standard quantity. This you will understand little later only, not now. Single raw material problem, no mix variance. So you can remove column 2. Why column 2? Because 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. If this mix variance is not there, then it is directly 1 minus 3. Correct? Then directly 1 minus 3, 3 minus 4, end of the table. You don't have to do 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 and then subtotal. We have problem on single raw material also, but such questions are very less. Most of the time, questions are with multiple raw material. This note 4 also you will understand little later. Question number 1 now. Listen, I need your help in Calci first. Following are the details of raw material A and B. Material A, B, standard quantity, standard rate, actual quantity, actual rate. All of you, please do. 10 into 4 plus 10 into 6. Total is what? Please answer. What is 100 rupee? Standard cost. And how did you get standard cost? Standard quantity into standard rate. Am I correct? Now please do this. Both together. A plus B. 138.5. What is this now? Actual cost. And this you did by doing actual quantity into actual rate. Hello. Now you answer. The difference between these two numbers, 38.5 is a negative number. That means it is what variance? Adverse variance. That means to reach till here we don't need this topic. To come to 38.5 we don't need this topic. I could have asked this question at 7 o'clock also. Guys, 100 rupee we thought, 138 we spent. What is happening, sir? 38 rupee extra. Then why do we need this topic? Out of 38.5, how much is because of quantity, how much is because of price? In quantity, how much is because of yield and how much is because of mix? That means standard costing starts from 38.5, not from 100. Getting it? Now we have more than one raw material, therefore there will be mix variance also. That means we can start off with this table. Start. You also in your notebook heading statement of material cost variance. First column is for material and then column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Sorry. No, we don't have to start with 38.5. We don't have to do chart. Chart is for our understanding. Main practical answer is this table and formula. Everyone, statement of MCV. First column material, next column, column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Listen, in textbook it is printed as SQ into SR, RSQ into SR and so on. The easy way to memorize this table is, I'll write SQ, RSQ, AQ, AQ. First all quantities. I am in last column. Last column is multiplied by AR. Everything is multiplied by SR. This way it is easy to understand this table, because this is not the only table. We have one table for labor variance. one table for overhead variance, actually two tables there, variable overhead one table, fixed overhead, so total four tables. It will be too much to remember. Okay, so SQ, RSQ, AQ, AQ. You are anyway in last column. Last column is AR. Everything else is SR. Easy. Fill this first. SQ, RSQ, AQ, AQ. Last column is AR. Other columns are SR. AR is actual rate. SR is standard rate. I'll explain the logic behind this table with this one sum. Then get good grip. Two raw materials to start. First A, leave one line, and then B, and then total. This is first sum. Don't be in a hurry. Help me to fill the numbers. Nothing to copy now. How much is SQ? 10 kgs and 10 kgs. Correct? No writing now. RSQ we don't know as of now. Let's keep it pending. AQ do we know? 11 kg, 12 kg. Correct? And this 11 and 12 I can fill in last column also. Right? After this. Do we know the rates at least? Last column is AR, so 5.5, 6.5. All other columns are standard 4 into 6, correct? 4 here, 6 here, 4 here, 6 here. So the only thing I need now to complete this table is RSQ. RSQ is revised standard quantity. And just above this question, there was a note. RSQ is AQ total in SQ ratio. I'll explain this, you will understand later. Don't worry. Let me do once. So note is RSQ is equal to AQ total in SQ ratio. Tell me AQ total means what plus what I should do? 11 kg plus 12 kg. Go slow, this is the first sum. Don't do 11 into 4 plus 12 into only quantity total, not quantity into rate. Yeah. Tell me how much is 11 plus 12? 23 kgs. This is AQ total. In what ratio? SQ ratio. SQ ratio means 10 is to 10. 10 is to 10 means 1 is to 1. Equal ratio. Able to understand? AQ total in SQ ratio. How much will this be now? 11.5 and 11.5. Correct. This is your revised standard quantity. Correct. Please listen. What is the logic behind this? Let's understand. We were 10 people. We ordered 10 samosas. What was person to samosa ratio? 1 is to 1. Our plan was everybody will eat one samosa. We did not know after ordering. Swiggy had an offer that day, buy one get one free. Instead of 10 samosas, 20 samosas came after ordering. Never happens. Let's assume it happened. 20 samosas came. Now tell me how much each person should eat now. This is called RSQ. AQ total in SQ ratio. How much is AQ total? 20. How much was SQ ratio? 1 is to 1. Now everybody should eat 1 is to 1. But now there are 20 samosas. That means now 1 is to 1 will become 1 is to 2 because everybody should eat 2 samosas or we should get 10 extra people. This is the simple meaning of RSQ. Either you get 10 extra people or everyone should eat in equal ratio. Understand? 1 is to 1 means equal ratio. Now what is the meaning of equal ratio? Each of us should eat 2 samosas. If all of us eat only 9 people, the last guy has to eat 11 samosas. Able to understand? One more example. Listen. Same aloo paneer. I will continue. 10 kg aloo, 10 kg paneer was supposed to be mixed. No loss at all. 20 kg RM total. Using this, 20 kg of FG aloo paneer sabji was supposed to be cooked. Clear? This is what is happening in our hotel every day. This Sunday, suddenly increase in demand. We have to cook 30 kg of aloo paneer sabji. Now you tell me how much of aloo and how much of paneer we should consume. Can somebody answer? Go slow and tell. 10 kg aloo, 10 kg paneer for 20 kg output. Today output is 30 kg. How much of aloo and how much of paneer we should consume? 15 kg aloo and 15 kg paneer. Tell me, how did you reach this number? Sir, total 30 kg should be in the ratio of 1:1. That means tell me, this is called now RSQ, AQ total in SQ ratio. Able to follow? Actual 30 kg in standard ratio. Following? My doubt. What if no demand today or very low demand today? Only 10 kg of aloo paneer sabji FG is to be produced and sold. Tell me how much of aloo I should use now? 5 kg aloo and 5 kg paneer, because actual quantity total should be in standard quantity ratio. Done. Tell me, is this possible if I have only aloo sabji? One is, where is the ratio now? Sir, what are you talking? There is two arrow mark. If there is no two arrow mark, there is no question of RSQ. Now you understood why they said remove column 2. If it is single raw material, there is only AQ, there is only SQ, there is no RSQ. Done. If I am alone ordering samosa, where is the question of ratio? Whatever comes, I should only eat. Simple. Single raw material, no RSQ. Done. Now this will be 11.5. 11.5. Do in calci and answer. Nothing to write, I'll give you. How much is total? Column 1 total. 100. 115. Exact 115 you get. Next one. 116. 138.5. Correct. Now tell. As per the format given in the same page, column 1 minus 2 should give you what variance? Material yield variance. We'll fill numbers later. Listen. Do we have column 1 with us? Do we have column 2 with us? 100 minus 115. This 15 is called adverse variance because the number is negative. Following, column 2 minus 3 should give you material mix variance. And if I go to column 2 versus column 3, 115 versus 116, 1 rupee adverse again. Therefore, this total is called material usage, volume or quantity. Both are adverse, therefore 15 plus 1, 16 adverse. And this is what I told you, if you do 1 minus 3, it's not wrong now. How much is 1 minus 3? 100 minus 116. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, 2 cancel is correct, but not always. You'll get to know little later. What else now? Last one is 3 minus 4. This is subtotal. 3 minus 4 is material rate or price variance. How much is 3 minus 4 in calci, please? 116 versus 138, 22 point. What is this again? Adverse or favorable? Negative number. Therefore, this is also adverse. And if you do the total, what is this? How much is this now? 38.5 negative. This is your total material cost variance. If you notice, this 38.5 we did before doing all this circus. That means purpose of this is not to get 38.5. It is to get this and this. To do 38.5, again I am repeating, you don't need this chapter. This chapter is to identify how much is because of quantity in that yield and mix and how much is because of price. Did you understand? First you copy, then I'll explain the logic behind this table. Everyone, copy this. Done. Up to RSQ note copied. Done. Finished. Listen now. What is the logic behind this table? By the way, anyone from BCom who have completed or doing, if you remember, the standard costing was not like this in BCom. SQ into SR minus RSQ into SR common outside bracket. Remember? Uh, by the way, those who are studying standard costing for the first time in life, for most of the students in BCom and many students in Inter also, this is the most hated topic. Yeah, because there are so many formulas. But actually, we did not write much of formulas. In fact, we studied 6 formulas in the table format, so it is much easier. Please listen, what is the logic behind this table before we mug up? Everyone, focus on whatever I am highlighting. This was 10 and 10, correct? If you observe, your first 3 numbers in the answer is all about quantity variances, yield, mix and usage. And all of that is column 1, column 2, column 3. Column 4 is all about rate. Leave that aside. If you notice, everywhere rate is same. What is the meaning of doing 1 minus 2 where rate is same? The difference is only because of quantity. Observe. I am doing 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. And in 1, 2 and 3, constant number is standard rate. That means whatever difference you get when you do 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, 1 minus 3 is purely because of quantity. Correct? And if you compare column 3 and column 4, everyone, here quantity is same, rate is changing. That means whatever difference I get when I do 3 minus 4 is only because of rate. Now you can't blame quantity. Able to follow? That is why in your formulas 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, 1 minus 3 is all about quantities. You see yield, mix and usage. 3 minus 4 is because of rate, and here you are keeping same quantity, you are changing only the rate. Whatever positive or negative difference that you get is purely because of rate, because quantity has been kept constant. Able to follow? Observe now. If I do SQ into SR versus AQ into AR, tell me, as per your table, this is column 1 versus column 4. This difference that I get 38.5, I cannot say whether 38.5 is because of only quantity or only rate, because here I am changing both. Therefore, in column 1, column 2, column 3, what I did, SQ, RSQ, AQ, I kept rate constant. Therefore, now I know whatever happens between 1, 2, 3 is all due to quantity. And in 4, I kept quantity constant, I changed only the rate. Now I know whatever happens between 3 and 4 is only due to rate or price. Able to follow? Assume there is single raw material. Now tell me, how will my table be? SQ. Will there be RSQ? Remember RSQ working note. You need AQ total. If it is single raw material, where is total? How much is total of my salary? Sir, my salary only. Where is the total? Total is my salary with her salary. That is A plus B, correct? Yeah. And if there is no AQ total, how will you do RSQ? And to do RSQ, you need SQ ratio. If it is single raw material, where is ratio? That means now SQ directly AQ, column 1, column 3, column 4. Able to follow? Last column is AR, other columns are S. And now you observe and tell me. In column 1 and column 3, which is a constant number? That means whatever plus minus you get is only due to quantity. And since it's a single raw material, it is only due to yield. There is no mix now. Understanding? Now compare column 3 and column 4. AQ and AQ is constant. That means whatever variance you get is only because of rate variance. Now if you have single raw material, one you have yield variance, next you have rate variance. But sir, what if I have two raw materials? Then you add one more column called RSQ, and that will also be multiplied by SR. Now tell me, 1 minus 2 is yield variance because rate is constant. 2 minus 3 is mix variance, again rate is constant. Anything happens is only because of quantity. 3 minus 4 has to be price variance because now I am changing the rates. You will understand. Sir, one more doubt. How do we get to know in exam or convince ourselves that whether our adverse variance is correct answer or not? I may get adverse, she may get favorable, she may get 0. How do we convince that our answer is correct? Look at this. How much was standard quantity? 10 plus 10. That means we should have consumed 20 kg. Hello. How much is our actual quantity consumption? 11 plus 12, how much is that? 23. Sir, yield is 1 minus 2. Why are you comparing 1 and 3? The 2 came with 3's total only. Oh, sorry, I am sitting in the class of mathematicians. How much is 11.5 plus 11.5? How much is 11 plus 12? This total has to be same for some logic, because this 11 plus 12 in the ratio of 1 is to 1, the total won't change. Hello. Correct. Okay, you go by 1 and 2. Observe, 10 plus 10 I should have consumed 20 kg, but 11.5 plus 11.5 I took 23 kg. If I am taking 3 kg extra, it is adverse. You see whether your 1 minus 2 is adverse or not. Has to be adverse because you are consuming extra quantity. Getting the logic? Mix variance. Please observe, very, very important. If you get mix variance properly, important headache is sorted. Out of this 4 rupee raw material, this is cheaper. 6 rupee raw material, this is costlier. And here 11.5 I should have consumed. I have consumed only 11 kg. That means half kg less I have consumed. Into what is the cost per kg? 4 rupee. 0.5 kg into 4 rupee. I saved 2 rupee. Everyone please focus. I should have consumed 11.5. Actually I have consumed 11. That means half kg less. Correct? And what is the rate per kg? 4 rupee. That means I have taken half kg less aloo. Cheaper. That means I have saved 2 rupee. But what happened? Sir, that half kg extra you have consumed paneer. Costly item. That means 0.5 kg into 6 rupee. That means I lost 3 rupee. Hello, 3 rupee extra or lost. Therefore, I saved 2 rupee. I lost 3 rupee. Net net, I lost 1 rupee, and this is your mix variance. One adverse. Why is it adverse? Because it is 1 rupee extra. Getting the logic? Now rate variance. Please see, your rate variance is adverse. Now you try and convince me why rate adverse. Anyway, 11, 12, 11, 12 is same. So we can't blame that now. What happened? 4 rupee became 5.5. 6 rupee became 6.5. Sir, both items are costly. Therefore, rate has to be adverse. That's why it is adverse. Getting the logic? Those who remember standard costing in BCom, the same thing was written in formula format. You tell me today what you learned, how to get yield variance, what minus what column? 1 minus 2. Tell me what is column 1? SQ into SR minus into S. This is your BCom formula. Material yield variance is equal to SQ into SR minus RSQ into SR. They said, no, 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 sir, we can simplify this. What? SR is common, sir, keep it outside the bracket. Okay, good. SQ minus RSQ into SR. Done. This was your formula. Some of you, your BCom books have this. Some of them have simplified formula like this. Common item is kept outside, is called simplified formula. Why I am not going by this is, if you have to mug up this formula, then yield variance one formula, mix variance one formula. Usage also has one formula in BCom. They don't say total of these two. Because when you write in formula, there is no total. You said for that one more formula. That is why it is 1 minus 3. Tell me what is 1 minus 3? SQ into SR. Leave RSQ. Then is AQ into SR. Therefore, they said SQ into SR minus AQ into SR. SR common. So SQ minus AQ into SR. You have enough formulas if you want in that. So yield, mix, usage, price or rate, and then material cost variance. So there are 5 formulas. The problem is not with 5 formulas. Labor has 6 formulas. Variable overhead 3 formulas, fixed overhead 6 formulas. Total it's a topic of 21 formulas if you go by formula. Otherwise there are 4 tables. And 4 tables also. When we go to labor, you don't have to break your head. This quantity should now become what? Standard hours. This rate per kg will become rate per hour salary. That means this will now be tell me what? SH into SR, RSH into SR, AH into SR, AH into AR. Instead of giving raw material A and B, they will give you team A, team B, or group A, group B, cutting team, welding team, machining team. Instead of having 2 different type of material, you will have 2 different type of people, labor. Done. Question number 2. Following is the material cost breakup for 1 unit. Material A and B, 10 kg and 12 kg at 12 rupee and 10 rupee. During the month, please underline this, 20 units were produced by consuming 220 kg and 330 kg of material A and B at a cost of 13 rupee and 14 rupee respectively. Calculate material cost variance. Listen to me. There are 2 raw materials. That means even RSQ will come. That means column 1, 2, 3, 4. But column 1 itself, there is something important to learn. After that, I'll give you time to complete this solution. Statement of MCV. Please don't copy now. Material, column 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me, what should I write? Column 1 is SQ, RSQ, AQ, A. Tell me, last column is, other columns are, yes. So how many raw materials? 2. Material A and material B. Go to the question. Tell me what I should fill for SQ. That answer is wrong answer. Go slow. Think and tell. Read material A and B 10 kg, 12 kg for how many units? 1 unit. Okay. If I go by your answer, 10 kg here, 12 kg here. Okay, leave RSQ, that comes later. Tell me how much is AQ? What should I fill? 220, 335, right? It's a wrong comparison. 10 kg with 220, 12 kg with 330. Tell me why is it wrong, sir? 10 kg is for how many units? 1 unit. This 220 and 330 is for how many units? 20. Sir, you can divide this by 20. That's not the correct way. I'll tell you why. It is better to convert standards to match with actuals than shifting back actuals to standards. What I'm saying, some of you want me to write 220 divided by 20 units, or you write it as 11 kg. Then your whole material cost variance table will be for 1 unit, not for 1 period. Correct? Read that line. They said during the month 20 units. That means it is better to convert your standard. That's why in the previous page there was that note, standard quantity is for actual production. You change the standard, don't change the actual. That means you tell me what I should write for standard quantity, everyone. To make 1 unit, you need 10 kg and 12 kg. To make 20 units, you need 20 into 10 kg, and this is 20 into 12 kg. Remember, this is only SQ. Hello? RSQ, I don't know as of now. How much is AQ? Do we know at least? 220, 330. This AQ I can fill here also, 220, 330. All okay? So what else now? Do we have rates with us? Sir, actual rate you fill first 13 and 14. And then standard rates, do we have 12 rupee here, 10 rupee here, 12 rupee here, 10 here. Sir, here also 12 and 10. Done. What is the only thing left out? RSQ. You tell me how to do RSQ. AQ total in what ratio? SQ ratio or standard ratio. How much is AQ total? 220 plus 330, 550 kg. In what ratio? SQ ratio. Where is SQ now? 20 into 10 is SQ, remember? So it is 200 and 240. 200 is to 240. I know it can be written in small numbers, but then you'll start blinking. Therefore, I wrote as it is. I know the ratio. Both are multiplied by 20, 20. So it is 10 is to 12, or I can do, but then I'll have to explain from where I got 10 is to 12 or 5 is to 6. Therefore, I wrote 200 is to 240. Do it. How much is this now? 250 kg here and 300 kg here. This will come and sit here. 250, 300. From here, calculator and then variance. Done. Doable. Complete. Yes. RSQ note is important. If you are not able to understand, let me know. I can repeat RSQ workings. First column 5 4800 6000 7480 last column. Numbers are correct. Once this is done, you have to calculate the variances 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, and so on. That's the final answer, is it? 2680. So column 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, this will give you subtotal. 3 minus 4 will give you grand total. This is material yield variance, material mix variance, material either usage or volume or quantity, material rate also called as price, and finally material cost variance. Anyone? 1 minus 2 adverse. 1 5. This is correct. Now those who are doing it, go slow, no problem. Those who have completed, explain to me, why is yield variance adverse? What is the logical explanation to me? Can you do SQ total in Calci? SQ total, not first column, only SQ total. 440. How much is RSQ total? 550. It is 1 minus 2, right? So now you tell 440 versus 550. You have taken more raw material. If you take more raw material, that is adverse. Correct? Why is mix variance favorable? Same, costly item and cheaper item. You just compare your RSQ with AQ. Everyone observe here. 250, 220, 30 kg less, and this 12 rupee, this is a costly item, and 10 rupee is a cheaper item. Here 30 kg less into 12, 360 rupee you saved. Are you following? 250 you should have, 220 actually consume, so 30 kg less consume into 12 rupee. 12 rupee is a costly item compared to 10 rupee, but here you have consumed that 30 extra. 30 into 10 rupee, 300 extra you have spent. Correct? Net 60 rupee you have saved, and saving, that means it is favorable. That is why your answer is also 60 favorable. This you should be able to check in exam also. By the way, tomorrow when we read a question, without writing even column 1, you should be able to tell me whether final answer is going to be favorable or adverse. That will happen. That is 21st question. It will happen, but you have to practice. This will come. When you see the question itself, you should be able to identify whether my final answer is going to be adverse or favorable. Okay. Tell me rate variances. Anyway, this is subtotal. Tell me why rate variance is adverse. Sir, both the prices you see, it should have been 12 rupee, 10 rupee. but 12 became 13, 10 became 14. Both items are costly. If both items are costly, variance has to be adverse. Correct? This explanation you should be able to give it to yourself. Then you are sure now my answer is correct. Then you can proceed. Understanding? You should try question number 3. No discussion. Only one clarification from my side. Listen, when you do a table, hello, you have 3 raw materials and they said standard mix of a product. That means this is for 1 unit, correct? And then 10 units of FG is produced and the below cost details are given. That means you have to calculate standard quantity for actual production of 10 units. Therefore, it will be 60 kg. So 600 kg is SQ. Same way here also 80 into 10, 100 into 10. That is SQ. RSQ will come later. AQ is anyway given 640, 960, 840. Last column also AQ. Now for standard rate, per kg rate is given, but actual rate if you see, they gave 640 kg total 128 rupee. Now 128 is total, not per kg. You will have to do what now? 128 divided by 640. That will be your AR. Hello, per kg unit. Correct? Some of you may be getting one good genuine doubt. Sir, what are we trying to achieve? Tell me, this is all relevant only in last column. Actual rate is only last column. What is last column by the way? AQ into AR. What are we trying to do, sir? 640 and 960 and 840. And then I need rate. And how are we calculating rate? 128 divided by 640. And then we are filling it here. When I multiply, I'm only going to get 128. Nothing new. Unless we do some mistake, it will be this only. Which means, listen, instead of writing all of this, last column, can I straight away write 128, 144 and 252 and do the total directly? Why to do AR by doing total cost by AQ and then multiply by AQ, you get same number. If you want to do, you do. You check, no problem. Next sum at least, if the actual cost in total is already given, why to do? Okay. If you want to do also, what will you do? 640 you will write here. Into how will you get AR? 128 by 640, how much is that? Point 2. Like this, one more into one more, one more into one more. Then the total is nothing but same 128 plus 144 plus 250. Correct? If you want to do, I have no problem. But you can use this shortcut. That too, if it is MCQ, you're not even seeing your workings. Chalo, complete now. Give a try. doing RSQ round of 0.9 have those are working out. Column 1 is 500. Column 2 is 508 point 3, and this some of you might have rounded off, so you may have 508 or 509. No problem, because you will do 1 minus 2 and then 2 minus 3, so that extra will get anyway offset. One of you, column 3, if you have 498 524. One of you tell me RSQ numbers rounded off. 6 813 kgs and 1017. This may not match. Some of you have written 1016.66, then you'll have that 0.33 adjusted elsewhere. Don't worry. Therefore, all of us may not get same column 2. No problem. If it is extra, 1 minus 2 and then 2 minus 3, net effect will be 0. Correct? Can I see hands? How many of you? All 4 column totals are matching. Okay. Those students where column total is not matching, if it is because of rounding off, don't worry. Anybody? Yield variance. 10.3 favorable to favor. This is what I told you. If it is 8.4, then you will get 10.4. If it is 8, you will get 10. Net effect will be 2 favorable only. So don't worry about that column 2. It is 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. 2 cancel. This is what I told you. Yeah, this is your subtotal. 26 adverse rate. Therefore, 24 adverse is your material cost variance. So if at all, if you have to fix one problem, then that is rate because other things are not very high, correct? Related to quantity, it is only 2 rupee, and that too in your favor. All of that is taken away by rate variance. Those who have completed, listen here. What is the use of breaking this 24 adverse into 8.3, 10.3 to 26? What extra information management will get to know? Where should we fix the problem? For that we should identify where is the problem first. Now tell me, if we are spending 26 rupee extra because of rate or price, I should call purchase manager and shout at him. I should not call production manager and shout at him, items are costly. What can he do? He only knows in kgs. He doesn't know whether it is 5 rupee or 5.1 rupee. Discussing with supplier, bargaining, negotiating, etc. is not production manager job. His job is to ensure yield mix and usage variance is under control. So this variance represents what is happening in factory, correct? Mixing the raw material, using the raw material, not wasting the raw material. This is the job of production manager. Price variance is what is happening in purchase department. Why should I call my production manager and shout at him? Because onion is 2 rupee extra per kg. Not his fault. 2 kg extra onion is his fault. 2 rupee extra per kg is not his fault. So meeting should be only with purchase manager. Now I know that. Understanding? You know, real world what happens? Tell me, if you are the director of this company, what will you do now? Call purchase manager and shout at him left, right, center. You're buying at costly, buying at costly, buying at costly. Next month, what he'll do? He'll go and buy at cheap rate. Cheap rate will be bad quality. Then next year, your yield variance will be 26 adverse. And then price variance will be 1 rupee favorable. He says, sir, now see, I bargained at good discount, but you have bad material. But at the end, company is losing 24 adverse. Last time also 24 adverse. This time also 1 rupee here also. As a company, you have to see a balance. And managing everything in company is balancing two problems all the time. You shout at employees, why are you wasting so much? Next time he will do very, 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 very slow work. He won't waste material. He will waste time. Then labor cost variance will go up now. Instead of taking 10 hours, he will take 11 hours. Now 5% wastage. Next month 0.1% wastage. Sir, see, I did work carefully. Now if you say fast, he will do lot of wastage. If you say control wastage, he will take extra time. If you want someone who will do fastest work with lowest wastage, then you should pay them high salary, rate variance. So it will never so happen that you have all three favorable variances. You need fantastic employees who are very, very fast, doesn't waste at all, then you pay more salary. Worst thing is you pay more salary, then also they waste. That is all variances being adverse. Efficiency variance adverse, rate variance also adverse. Understanding? So that's why I told you it's a continuous improvement. It is not 1 month you do and you fix all the problems. So we have time for a small sum. So we'll do question number 6 now. Everybody. Mark this important. These can be 3 MCQ type questions. Okay. First, understand the question. 90% data is there in the question itself. Standard quantity of raw material for 1 unit is 5 kg. Actual output 1000 units. Actual cost of material used 714000. Tell me which column is this? Read once again and tell me. Actual cost of material, that means this is AQ into AR. This is your column 4. Already given. Like the previous sum, you don't have to do into something. You can copy it. Material price variance is favorable, already given. That means the answer is given. Tell me price variance is which column minus which column? 3 minus 4. And the 714000 is my column 4. That means from this you can find out column 3 also, reverse working current. You can, I said, I did not ask you to. You will do. Nothing has changed in 4 months. You can calculate, I'm still discussing. Next part you underline. Many students go wrong here. Actual price per kg of material is found to be less than standard price per kg of material by 10 rupees. Now my doubt, if standard price is 80 rupee per kg, how much is actual price by the way? 70 or 90? Actual price per kg is found to be less than standard price. That means this has to be 70 rupees. But the problem is, I don't know this, I don't know this. I only know the difference between the two. That means if one is x, then another is x minus. Actually, I understood one more thing when I read this line. Good. Listen, actual price is less than standard price. That means my price variance or rate variance is favorable or adverse? Has to be favorable. Why favorable? Because actual is less. Guys, it's a reverse working sum. They've already given some numbers to you. Hello. So in reverse working sum, as much as possible from the question itself, we should get the data. Then missing numbers you can work out x minus 10, then equation, blah blah blah. Before you go there, lot of the things are there in the question. You are required to calculate. Number one, actual quantity and actual price. That means they are asking you to do AQ and AR or AP. Correct, sir. If we already know AQ into AR, sir, correct, but you don't know AQ, you don't know AR. Following, they want you to do material usage variance. Usage variance means what, sir? Usage variance is subtotal. Now subtotal of what and what? Yield and mix. Now to say yield and mix in this question, do we have mix variance by any chance? For mix variance, what should happen? Minimum two raw materials. Do you have any clue? No, that means you have only yield. Yield itself is mix. Sorry, yield itself is usage. That means it is column 1, column 3, column 4. That's all my table. Okay, if you write column 2 you need RSQ. For RSQ you need AQ, total. To do it, total, you need material A and B, X and Y, aloo and paneer. Where do you have all? We don't have. That means it is column 1, column 3, column 4. SQ, no RSQ directly. AQ, AQ. Last column is AR. Other two columns are S. This is usage variance, column 1 minus column 3. And then they want material cost variance. This will be, sir, total of usage variance and price variance. Correct? Usage variance is nothing but 1 minus 3. And price variance is nothing but 3 minus 4. Sir, 3 cancel. That means it is 1 minus 4. I told you as a shortcut you can understand, but don't mug up that as a formula all the time. Second session you will get to know why it is not always 2 cancel, 3 cancel. Yeah. So now, since it's a reverse working question, whatever is available we fill first before we start working out 1, 2, 3, 4. Then missing numbers we try and find. Start. Note 1. Since there is only one raw material, comma, there will be no mix variance. There will be no mix variance. That is yield variance itself. Tell me what I should write. Yield variance itself will be usage variance. Correct? I won't even write it as subtotal. Even to do subtotal, for total I need 2 lines, right? Correct, hero. Very good. He said subtotal in between. Where is subtotal when I have only one line? Yes. So my table now. I won't even write first column material. I write, I don't even know the name. Correct. So directly column 1, column 3, and column 4. Yes. You answer. What should I write for column 1 now? SQ. No, no, I'm not writing SR first. Quantity of SQ. Then what? No RSQ. What next? AQ. Last column is AQ. This is AR. Other column. Start. This number, correct? I'm first writing my format. Column 1. Please help me. 1 minus what now? 3 directly. No, 2. 1 minus 3. And then column 3 minus 4. No subtotal. Directly grant out. Correct. What is 1 minus 3? Material yield, and that itself is usage. And then this is material rate or price. And this is material cost variance. Start from the top in the question. First line says standard quantity of material required to make 1 unit is 5 kg. But I can't write, please listen now, from now 2 minutes. I can't write 5 kg here, am I correct? 5 kg is for 1 unit. How many units actually we produce? That means this should be written as 1000 into 5. This is my SQ. Listen, don't write. Go back to question. 5 kg done, 1000 units done. Actual cost of material used 714000. Tell me where to fill. Column 4, total I can fill this as 714000 in bracket given. Done. What else? Material price variance is 51,000 favorable. I can write it here, 51,000 favorable. Hello? Answer is given already. Sir, we can do column 3. Hold on. First you see what else is there in the question. Anything else? Actual price per kg is less than. Now 10 rupee I can't write. 10 rupee is not the number. 10 rupee is the difference between two numbers. Correct? Before you write x minus 10, wait, is there anything else? You are required to calculate blah blah. Okay. With this data, tell me what else I can fill. Column 3 I can fill. Listen, note. Column 3 minus column 4 is equal to 51,000. Should I write 51,000 positive or negative? How do you know it is positive? If it is adverse in exam, it should be minus. Okay. Yes, sir. Do we know column 4 at least? 714000 is equal to 51,000, and this is my column 3. Correct? Now please answer what else to do now. Column 3 is equal to 51,000 plus 714000. What's the number? Okay, this is my column 3. Yeah. So 765,000 I will write here coming from working note 1. What else I can do? Sir, difference in the rate is 10 rupee. We will keep it as x and x minus 10. But if you do that, I think we won't be able to complete that number. I'll tell you why. The difference between the two is 10. It says actual price per kg of material is found to be less than standard price per kg. That means if I write this as x, this will be x minus 10. Hello? And you don't even know AQ as of now. AQ quantity you don't know. Hello? Are you understanding what I'm saying? That means this way of x and x minus 10 may not help. Sir, this x standard rate you fill here also, sir. Okay, but that is also not going to help me. At least if I knew this number, then I can fill this as x, then that x I can fill here, then all of that was possible. So this x and x minus 10 root may not help, but there is another root. Listen to me. Do you know the difference between column 3 and column 4? How much is the difference? 51,000 positive, correct? Working note 2. Column 3 minus column 4 is equal to 51,000 positive. What is column 3? AQ into SR minus AQ into AR is equal to 51,000. Sir, AQ common, sir. Okay. AQ into SR minus AR is equal to 51,000. Do we know the difference between SR and AR? Can I write positive 10 or negative 10? Think and tell me. Positive 10. Because the line says actual price is less than standard. So standard is higher. So higher minus lower is a positive number. So this is AQ into 10 is equal to 51,000. Can I get AQ now? 51,000 divided by 10 is equal to 5,100. This is AQ. So this is in kgs happening. This 5100, tell me I can fill here, working note 2. This 5100 I can fill here also. Yeah, help me. 5100 into AR should give you 714000 or 714000 by 5100. What's the number? 140. If this is 140, this has to be. Will I get a doubt if this is 151 or 152? Why doubt? Because the difference between these two should be 10 and SR should be higher. If you get 130 also, you should stop. Yeah, you know the difference between the two is 10 and SR is higher. That means if that is 140, this has to be 150. What else I can do? Sir, this 150 SR, you can fill in column 1 also. This number, no, same number here and here. How much is this now? If you get this as 7,50,000, now 1 minus 2 will be 15,000 adverse. Correct? Therefore, net effect is 36,000. End of the answer. Did you understand? So, copied. Have you copied note 1 by the way? You have to start from table. Done. Quickly explain to me yield variance. Is it adverse or favorable? Why? How much was the standard quantity we should have consumed? 5000 kg, but we consume 5100 kg. 100 kg extra we have consumed, that means it is adverse. There is no mixing problem now. Costly item, cheap item, it's a single item. Correct? Why is rate variance favorable? Because standard rate was 150, but we bought it at 140. We got goods at discount, 10 rupee less. So we saved money. If we save, it is favorable. Done. So we can take break now. We'll then continue from question number 4. Yes. Question number 4. ABC Limited is producing floor mats in rolls of standard size, underline, measuring 3 meters wide and 30 meters long. By feeding raw material to a continuous processing machine, standard mixture fixed for a batch of 900 square meters of floor cover is as below: 2000 kg of X, 800 kg of Y, 200 kg of Z, 20 kg of Z. Rate per kg is also given. During June month 1505, underline, standard size rolls were produced. The actual usage and the cost of material is X, Y and Z. Actual quantity given, rate per kg given. You are required to show the breakup of material cost variance, basically yield, mix and rate or price variance. Now, important part in this question is calculating standard quantity, SQ. Listen to me carefully, everyone. First line of the question says floor mat in rolls, standard size measuring 3 meters wide and 30 meters long, which means I can understand it this way: 3 meters, 30 meters. Am I correct? This is a floor mat, 3 meters this way, 30 meters this way. Understand this, which means one floor mat is 90 square meters. Very good. 900 square meters. 3 into 30. We cannot go below this level now. Correct, hero? 3 into 30, 90 square meter. Guys, 30, 40 site means what? 30 into 40, 1200 square feet site. That means 3 meter, 30 meter is what now? 90 square meter. Simple. So this is 3, this is 30. So this is how you make one floor mat. Read that first line once again. ABC Limited is producing floor mats in roll of standard size of 90 square meters. Am I correct? By feeding raw material, etc., etc. After that, standard mixture fixed for a batch of 900 square meter is 2000 kg of X. Observe, when I have to calculate standard quantity for material X, observe, 2000 kg of material X is required for how many square meters? 900 square meters. Am I correct? There are two ways of doing SQ here. I am doing in one way now. I repeat, read this first para last line. Standard mixture fixed for a batch of 900 square meter of floor cover is 2000 kg of X. which means 2000 kg is needed for 900 square meters. Correct? How many square meters did we actually produce? That number we have to get now. Read after the first set of information. During the month of June, 1505 standard size rolls were produced. What do you mean by standard size rolls? 90 square meters. Hello, in Calci, 1505 into 90 square meters. 135, 450 square meters, correct? If I do cross multiplication, I will get to know standard quantity for actual production. There is one more way. That way is actually easier than this. I'm showing you a longer route first. Listen, I repeat what I said. Read first para, second line at the end. Standard mixture fixed for a batch of 900 square meter is 2000 kg of X. See on board. 2000 kg is required for 900 square meters. Correct? How many square meters of floor mat did I actually produce? They said 1505, but that is not in meters. They said 1505 standard size rolls, and one roll is how many square meters? 90. That means when I do 1505 into 90, I got 135 450 square meters. That means if 2000 kg is needed for 90 square meters, then how much is needed for 135 450 square meters? This is one way. Other way is, read it once again, first para, last line. Standard mixture fixed for a batch of 900 square meter. One roll, what is the size? 90 square meters. That means 900 square meter is how many? 10. That means 2000 kg is needed for 10 floor mats. Now it is not in meters. Correct? And how many mats did we produce? 1505 floor mats. How many kgs? Either way you do, you get the same number. Either convert everything to square meters or convert everything to rolls or floor mats. You get the same number. Can you tell me, nothing to write, for material Y? Both the ways you answer. What should I write? How many kgs? 800 kgs for 900 square meters. Are you following? Then for 135 450 square meters, how many kgs? If I do this way, answer 800 kg for 10 mats, correct? Then for 1505, correct? Same way for Z also. With this we get three numbers. These three numbers are my standard quantities for actual production. Remember first session, standard quantity is for actual production. This 2000 kg is needed for 900 square meter, but I did not actually produce 900. I have produced 135 450. How many kgs I should have consumed? Standard means should have consumed for actual production. Done. Start. Working note 1. We can't prepare table because in table first column itself is SQ. That SQ itself we don't know. Working note 1. Computation of standard quantity. Start. Size of one floor mat is equal to 3 meters into 30 meters, 90 square meters. Right. Now I will do in both ways, this way and this way. One of the two you can copy, whichever is comfortable to you. Okay. First way of doing, SQ of X is 2000 kg for 900 square meter SMS square meter, then 1505 into 90, what is the number? 135450 square meter. How many kgs? 310 301 000 kgs. Can you try what is the other way? SQ of X is equal to 2000 kg. Tell me, is 10 floor mats, and you have actually produced 1505. How many kgs? 301 000 kgs. Whichever way you are comfortable, you go ahead. Yes, this is for one raw material. Now you try standard quantity of Y, standard quantity of Z. I will wait. One two zero four double zero. Guys, you don't have to copy both, whichever comfortable to you. I think most of you have done in the second way. I mean this side. Have you got same number? 120 400 3010 kgs. Yes. Please listen. Before we write the table, tell me what are the things you need. Column 1 you need SQ. SQ ready. Then you need RSQ. RSQ will come once you put AQ. Check, do you have AQ with you? 300 500 kg, those three lines. Okay, so AQ ready. Last column also AQ ready. Now RSQ will be AQ total in SQ ratio. All quantities done. Then you need rates. Please check. Do you know standard rate per kg? Yes, sir. 1 rupee, 1.5 and 30 rupee. Do you know actual rate per kg? 1.1, 1.65, 29.5. Which means I am now comfortable to start with the table. Till you get this clarity, don't start the table. Getting it? We still need RSQ, but for RSQ, I first have to fill AQ and then do that total. That working note can come after the table. But to start table, I have no problem. Chalo, go ahead. Heading statement of material cost. We should show working note 1. Standard quantity computation you can't do in table. Lot of cross multiplication there. Table already has so many things. You'll not have enough space there. Start now. Statement of material cost variance. Column 1, column 2. Now I have column 2 also because there are three raw materials, there will be mixed variance. SQ, RSQ, AQ, and AQ. Last column is AR. SQ you did in working note 1. So bring all the numbers from there. 301, 000, 120, 400, 301. Sorry, 3010. SQ ready. RSQ won't come now. You need AQ first. AQ details are there in the question. 300, 500, 119600, 3100. Last column also I can fill this. AQ is anyway same. Then I need rates. Actual rate I have, standard rate also I have. This is 1.1, 1.65, 29.50. Standard rate is 1 rupee, 1.5 rupee, 30 rupee. I think the only missing number is RSQ. Now that I have actual quantity with me, I can do AQ total, correct? In SQ ratio, both are with me. Anybody? AQ total 423. In standard ratio, three double zero. That is okay. 141 point something is it? Point. Then you take next number 342. 120057 or 58. That is okay. If you have written exact numbers without rounding off also, nothing wrong. Don't worry, column 2 may change, are correct, but later 1 minus 2 you will do 2 minus 3. So subtotal when you do it is as good as 1 minus 3. That will get adjusted. RSQ numbers are correct? If yes, then RSQ will go to the main table. Those who have done, you fill it here, and then you can start doing the totals. I'll wait. I'll just wait. First column total is it? I'll wait. 1 minute, 1 minute. Anyone? Column 1 now. 57100. This column 2, all of you may not have exact number. Don't worry. Column 3. 6. All totals are correct. Only possible differences column 2. Some of you may have slight difference, but you shouldn't worry. If your yield variance is high, your mix variance will be low because of column 2 difference. It will get adjusted because when you do subtotal, you are effectively doing 1 minus 3. Correct? Can I continue? Yes. Okay. Anyone? Yield variance. Leave decimal 1. Favorable or adverse? Oh. Mix variance. No, can't be favorable. Adverse is more, right? Oh. So this is subtotal. Correct? This is what I told you. 1642, 2642 may not exactly match, but subtotal will be 1000 only. So that column 2 will not have any effect as such. If you get 1643, you will then get 2641 or 43. Net it will match. Don't worry. Sir, what if in MCQ format they ask only 1 minus 2? Take the nearest. Don't worry about rounding off. Okay. Can I? Question 5 you mark as important. Sir, we are doing only small problems. They are not going to ask only material variance in exam for 10 marks. Material and labor together is 10 marks. So what we are doing is 5 marks. Material, labor together is a question. Overhead also variable fixed together is 10 marks. Only variable is a small table. Only fixed is a small table. Question comes together, not separate. Tomorrow we'll do one question that has from material till fixed overhead. 10 variances. All full chapter revision. So that's what they ask. They won't ask only material variance for 10 marks. If they ask, these questions are for 5 marks only. Okay. Chalo. Question number 5 you mark as important. Two important new learnings in this. Read. ABC Limited produces an article by blending two raw materials. That means there is mix variance. It operates a standard costing system and the following standards have been set for raw materials. Material A, observe, they did not tell you kgs. They said the mix is 40-60. That means if total input is 100 kg, 40 kg should be and 60 kg, but they did not tell you how much is total. That's why the wording is standard mix. They did not say standard quantity. 1 kg you put, then 400 grams, 600 grams. That's the way to understand. Standard price per kg, 4 rupee per kg and 3 rupee per kg. Okay. Standard loss in processing is 15%. Underline this. Can you try and explain what is the meaning of 15% now? How do you know it is normal? Why not abnormal? Because the wording is standard loss, loss that can be anticipated, cannot be avoided, correct? Is it correct now then if I say 100 kg goes inside, only 85 kg is the output? Because 15 kg is standard loss. Following, which means now you club previous explanation and this. 40 kg of A, 60 kg of B, together 100 kg goes inside the machine, you get only 85 kg output. Why did I take 40-60? Because they gave in the first table 40%, 60%. I repeat once again, total input is 100 kg. How much should be A? 40%, 40 kg. B will be 60. So 40 kg A, 60 kg B, together 100 kg goes inside the machine. 15% is the loss. Output is 85 kg. Following, next line. During the month of May, company produced 1700 kg of finished output. Now you know the end result. Now from there you can find out everything in reverse working, correct? Follow this. 40%, 60%, total 100%. In that 15% is wasted, 85% is output. That output 85 is 1700. From there you can do all calculations. Able to follow? Continue. The position of stock and purchases for the month of May is given to you. Material A and B. Now this is also happening for the first time. Stock on 1st May, that means this is opening stock. Stock on 31st May, because we are doing everything for May month, this is closing stock. Purchase during May. Okay, I think quantity column is missing. I'll get it, no problem. 3400 and 3000. You have some details here. I think it is missing. I'll get it, no problem. Calculate all variances. Again, well, that's the last part that you don't worry, the missing data. How do I get SQ first of all? $1,700 is what, input or output? That means I can't do 1,700 40%, 60%. Remember, be careful. 1,700 is how much? 85%. Then how much is 100%? We can cross multiply. We can cross multiply. Whatever is the input, in that it is 40-60 ratio. Correct? In calci, 1700 by 85. How much is 100? 2000. Out of 2000, 40% A, 60% is B. There are two ways of doing it. I'll show both the ways. You first listen, and whichever you are comfortable with, you can copy. Don't write now. Working note 1, computation of SQ. Listen, two ways. SQ of A, what is the percentage SQ? 40. 40 out of 100, but out of that 100 I know 15% is wasted. That means effectively it is 40 out of 85. Think 40 plus 60 together 100, 15% wasted. That means it is 40 out of 85 into how much is the output? 1700. Correct? Do it in calci. 40 by 85 into 1700, 800 kg. Standard quantity of B, you have to tell me what by what. 60 out of 85 into 1700, 1200 kg. This is one way of doing. The other way, how much is the output? 1700 kg. And how much is the loss? They said 15%. That means if this is 85, then how much is 100? That cross multiplication will give you 2000 kg. This is output. That means this should be input. In this, what is the ratio? 40%, 60%. This will be 800 kg, 1200 kg. Whichever way you are comfortable, you can call. Done. Go ahead. Welcome to that. I'm getting that missing number. Just a second. Copied. Tell me now in my table, SQ ready. After that, what do you need? RSQ. For RSQ, you need AQ. Where is AQ, by the way? Is it that missing number? Please fill that. One second. Yes, this is 800 kg. Please fill it in the textbook. This is quantity. Everyone, 800 kg, 1200 kg. Yes. Now tell me, what do I do in my table? SQ done. For RSQ I need AQ total. AQ, when I say, should I take this 800 and 1200 as it is? What is 800 and 1200? Purchase. You need to find out consumption. Tell me how to get consumption. You have opening stock, you have purchase minus closing stock. Correct? My doubt, why should I not take 800, 1200? What is wrong if I take purchase? Correct. When I say yield and mix, observe something very important. Yield or mix variance happens not when you buy, it is when you consume. That means it is standard quantity to be consumed compared with actual quantity consumed, not actual quantity purchased. Then why did they give? You will understand. There is a reason why they gave purchase. Listen to me, extremely important. When I say yield, when I say mix, if you remember the first chart I wrote, together I called it as usage or volume or quantity. Usage means what? Consumption, correct? Buying is not usage. Just I buy and keep it, I can't call it as usage. Correct, sir. That means when I say actual quantity, it is actual quantity consumed. But tell me, when you say price variance or rate variance, when do you feel the price or rate variance? When you purchase or when you consume? Think and tell me. Suppose I was expecting onion to be 100 rupee per kg. I went to market, they said 120 rupee. I bought. I am feeling purchase price variance at the point of purchase. I may use that onion 7 days later. Able to follow? Which means yield, mix and usage is based on what you consume, whereas rate and price is based on what you purchase. That means you need both actual quantity consumption, actual quantity purchase. But sir, in our table we have only AQ. We don't have AQ purchase, AQ consumption. We have to break that column 3 now, make it 3.1 and 3.2. This is the new learning in this sum. Okay, start now. Working note 2. You will learn, don't worry. Working note 2. Actual quantity consumed is equal to opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. For A, 35 plus 800 minus 5, 830 kg. For B, 40 plus 1200 minus 50. Tell me, what is this now? Material consumed. This from here, nothing to copy. Our table has to be changed now. Please listen. Statement of material cost variance. Material column 1. Just see, if I write column 1, 2, 3, 4, what will happen? SQ, RSQ, AQ, AQ, last column is AR, SR here. Please observe. If I write this standard quantity, I already have 800, 1200. There is no problem. Okay. Please don't copy. This is a new sum, new variety sum. RSQ will come later, sir. Don't worry about it now. Now when I say AQ, which number to write? 830 and 1190. And here also 830, 1190. If I do that, 830 and 1190 may help me to calculate 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, which is yield and mix. together usage, but I will be calculating even rate variance based on consumption. When do I feel the rate variance? At the time of purchase, not at the time of consumption. That means for 3 minus 4, I should not take 830, 1190. I should take what I have purchased. Purchase means which and which number to be taken? 800 and 1200. Sir, how can you write like this? Correct. Therefore, what to do? This column 3, you will have to now break it into two parts, 3.1 and 3.2, and anyway last is column 4. Now you see what happens. SQ, RSQ, AQ. This is also AQ. Last column is anyway AQ. Last column is AR. Everything else is SR. But very important, when you do 1 minus 2, this is based on consumption. So 2 minus 3.1 will also be based on consumption. That means I should call it as actual quantity consumed. Hello. Now you tell me 1 minus 2 is yield. You answer what I should write. 2 minus 3.1 is mix. Hello. This together is my subtotal usage. But rate or price variance should not be based on consumption. Now tell me what I should do. 3.2 minus 4, correct? And rate variance or price variance should be based on what I have purchased. That means this will be AQP and AQP. Now tell me, one part of column 3 is about consumption, another part of column 3 is about purchase. So 2 minus 3.1 is related to consumption, 3.2 onwards it is about purchase. Last column has to be purchase only. Column 4 no confusion, because fourth is about what? Price variance or rate variance, that is purely based on purchase. Understand the simple logic. Yield or mix, when will I get to know? Not when I purchase, it is when I consume. Whereas my rate variance I will feel at the time of purchase itself. I go to market, I pay extra for onion, I felt price variance at the time of purchase. But whether that onion is of good quality or bad quality, I'll get to know when I consume. That may happen 1 month later. Able to follow? So yield, mix and usage is based on consumption quantity, whereas price or rate is based on purchase quantity. That is why column 3 should be broken into AQC and AQP. Now you understood why I said don't mug up as 2 to cancel. If you do 2 to cancel, you will write here as 1 minus 3.1, and now you can't even cancel. This is what I told you in the first session, why you should not mug up 3 cancel. Now 3 won't get cancelled. That is the reason. Don't do this 2 cancel, 3 cancel. Understand this as subtotal and this as grand total. Now no question of confusion. This will give you subtotal and this will give you grand total. Done. Now you answer. What are the numbers to be filled? SQ done. AQC, you tell me what I should fill. 830 and 1190. Okay. AQP, what I should fill? 800,200. Last column is also 800,200 because last column is anyway about purchase. That should be based on purchase quantity. Correct? Now tell me. Last column, actual rate, where do I have? Sir, you know 3,400 and you can divide that by 800, or you can directly write it as 3,400. Morning we did one sum. Last column we filled directly. How much is this? 4.25 and this is 2. Is that correct? And what about standard rate? I think this I have in my first table itself. This is 4, this is 3. This is 4, this is 3, 4 and 3. I have an important doubt. RSQ, AQ total in SQ ratio. Correct. AQ what now? AQC or AQP? Why AQC? Because 1, 2 and 3 is all about consumption. Correct. That means RSQ is equal to AQC total in standard or SQ ratio. Sir, can I mug up this way? Sir, RSQ is next column total in previous column ratio. Easy. Next column total in previous column ratio. Hello. If you're comfortable, do that, but understand yield, mix, usage is all based on consumption. How much is AQC total? 830 plus 120. 2020. Done. In what ratio? SQ ratio. Where is SQ ratio, sir? 8 is to 12. 8 not. Then should be 1212. So this is 808. This is 1212. From here, calculator work. But later when you write, tell me 1 minus 2, this should be 2 minus 3.1. This is the subtotal. 3.2 minus 4 is the grand total. Done. Copy. Have we copied up to this 1190 kg? Sir, one doubt. We did not do this AQC, AQP in all other questions. Because if they do not give anything, purchase is equal to consumption. This confusion came only because they gave opening stock closing. Finished. Anyone? Column 1. Can somebody check these totals? Now when you do variance, remember 2 minus 3.1 up to 3.1, it's about consumption. 3.2 and 4 is about purchase. Done. Variances calculated. 1 minus 2. Anyone? Done. This is yield, mix, usage, price or rate. Total. Listen to me. Just one question. Most of you might not have done it. It's not a mistake also. Don't worry. Are you writing these numbers 800 into 4, that number also in your notebook? You are doing 800 into 4, m plus 1200 into 3, m plus then MRC, correct? You are correct as of now. You are not wrong. Listen to me. What if in exam, we will do it for this sum, you will understand. What if in exam they ask you to do material wise variances? Then you know what you have to do. This 800 into 4, 3200, 808 into 4, this number, like this you will have all the numbers. Now this 1 minus 2, this 2 minus 3.1, this minus this, same way one more, that is for A, next is for B, and then total minus total is for the total column. I will dictate this as one classwork and we will do now. Only if they ask in exam you do this, otherwise what you have done so far is correct. They will always ask in total. Now what I got to know, 68 adverse yield variance, but in that if I want to know how much is because of A, then I should do line by line separately, correct? They may ask how to identify in exam whether they want this or not. Check for this word, material wise variances, or for separately A and B. If these wordings are there in MCQ pattern, they can ask, listen, material yield variance for A is equal to dash, only A, not total. Clear? Write down in notebook. Classwork for question number 5. Calculate material wise, in inverted comma you write variances, material wise variances. Listen, now what to do. You already have the table, you don't have to write full table again. Your answer will be like this, column 1 minus 2, material yield variance for A and for B. Do it in calci. You know what to do. 800 into 4 versus 808 into 4, 32 adverse, correct? all talented people, both are multiplied by same rate, so I should simply do 8 into 4. Extra is only quantity, right, multiplied by same number, and this side is higher, so it has to be negative. Negative means adverse. I'll repeat, listen. You can try that India Got Talent. India Got Talent. Listen, 800 into 4 versus 808 into 4. 4 is same. That means difference is 8. 8 into 4 is 32. This side is more, so negative 32 adverse. Now tell me 808 into 4. 830 into 4 extra is 22. 22 into 4 is 88. 88 adverse. Adverse because this side is more. So you calculate in your style and answer. I have nothing to lose. Same way complete then. Column 2 minus 3.1. This is mix of total. First do it for A, 32 adverse. Next one is that correct? 120 adverse. Column 3.2 minus 4. Rate variance will be 0.25 into 800 should be 200. Now changes in rate, not in quantity, correct? 200 what? Adverse. So this is 320 adverse. $320 adverse is the final number for A. First one, 36 what? Adverse. Guys, you have to tell me adverse or favorable. Favorable. Five seven no 630 favorable, correct? In MCQ pattern they can do this. They may ask material rate variance for B is dash, only for B, not for the whole company. Now by the way, this is 320 adverse, 630 favorable. Net number should be 310 favorable, and that was your total answer. The total only we segregated between A and B, nothing new, correct? Correct. Now that won't happen. That is why I said don't mug up as 2 2 cancel, 3 3 cancel. Now if you do 1 minus 4, that won't match with this, because 1 is based on consumption, 4 is based on purchase. 1 when you started it was standard quantity based on consumption, but 4 is based on actual quantity purchase. So 1 is consumption based, 1 is purchase based. That difference won't match with this 310. Can't match because you change the quantities. Correct. Yes. When opening stock, closing stock is given in the question. Done. By the way, what if opening and closing stock is not given? Then this 3.1, 3.2 is not needed. Column 3, that is consumption as well as purchase. Right? All of you, page 459, question number 22 should work out now. Page 459. Question 22. First, read the question. There is a normal loss adjustment. We did one sum just now. I'll wait for 10 minutes. You should try. This is a 5 marks question. Those who have done working note 1 SQ number, please. 81 kg, 121 kgs, both are rounded off numbers. Hmm. Anyone column 1 total? 5250. 51 and I will wait. Numbers are correct. Can I see hands? How many of you got same numbers? Total column. Okay. RSQ is AQ total in SQ ratio. One of you, RSQ numbers. Correct. So those who have done yield, mix, usage, rate and cost. One by one. Yield. All okay? Listen, these numbers are correct after rounding off SQ, because SQ is first column. So if you write 81.22, then the numbers might slightly change. An exam you can write up to 2 digits, no problem. To round off also, nothing wrong. This is what you have to do whenever there is a wastage adjustment given. Take output, cross multiply, or I have shown another way, 40 by 90, whichever way you are comfortable. Under MCQ model, I am expecting marginal costing and standard costing to be more in MCQ format than in descriptive format. Here, each variance can become one MCQ. Correct? So they can give you same question and ask you to do price variance only dash. So you have to do only column 3 minus column 4. Don't start from column 1. In MCQ, don't have to do full table for every sub question, right? Suitable. for MCQ. Done. Please listen now. Do you need time? Some of you are still writing. I'll wait. Done. Zero. Finished writing? Yes. Listen to me, all of you. This discussion, material cost variance, started with quantity kg, liter, meter, and then rate or price. And this is due to yield being good or bad quality, and then mix because of mixing in wrong ratio, costly and cheap. Now, same logic will have to apply even for labor cost variance. I am writing in red now, just follow. This will become labor cost variance. Now, whatever was kg, liter, meter will now become time, hours. That means this will now be calculated in hours, and you can't call it as quantity, not in quant. When are we measuring like this? Hours in quantity, right? Under this, yield is same. There a material did not give desired output. Now labor is not giving desired output. Say to make 1 unit I need 5 hours. If an employee is slow, he may take 5.5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. That means here also you will have yield variance. Now what is mix variance in labor? You may have one costly employee, one cheap employee, that is high salary, low salary. Aloo paneer example. Skilled and unskilled. Skilled employee is paid more salary, unskilled employee is paid less salary. 5 hours of this guy, 5 hours of this guy. You made 4 and 6 possible. Same aloo paneer, you change it as unskilled employee and skilled employee. But we can't use the word mix. We can't mix labor. What is mixing labor? That means it should be called as group variance or team variance. I don't know why our study material calls it as gang variance. Not my term. See, in the next page you have labor cost variance table. Page 447. What did they say? 2 minus 3. What variance? Gang variance. It is half correct also. Gang is a group of people for not good purpose, that's all. It's not totally wrong. Yes or no? They could have called it as team variance, group variance, or kept it as mix variance only. They call it as gang variance. Here in material I said rate or price. Now price is not suitable because these are human beings, you are not buying them, you are paying them salary, therefore it should be kept as rate variance. But in addition to these three, there is one more variance called idle time variance. This is possible only for people, not for material. You pay salary for 9 hours, they work for less than 9 hours. This may not happen for raw material. Material will not say, I won't work, I am lazy, I am slow. If you buy 5 kg, you can cook 5 kg, but you pay salary for 5 hours, he or she may not work for 5 hours. That means in addition to 3 variances, you have now one more called idle time variance. Now tell me, how should my table be? Labor cost variance is due to 3 reasons, correct? Hello? Actually two, one more, or I'll put it this way, two variances only. First one is due to time, second is due to rate. In material I wrote it as what? Quantity and rate. Now it is time and rate. Under this also, first one is yield variance, and this is what now? Gang variance. And rate variance is same, but in between you have one more called idle time variance. Now tell me, material variance, when I wrote a chart like this, totally how many variances we have? Three. Material I'm talking, yield, mix and rate, correct? Three variances. My table had four columns. Any variance to calculate, I need minimum two numbers. That means for first variance I took 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, 3 minus 4. But now totally how many variances I have? 4. That means I need how many columns? 5. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, 3 minus 4, 4 minus 5. In between subtotal. I skipped one. Yeah, I came to Jayanagar. So no, Sahawasa. You know what is Sahawasa? Effect of you on me is Sahawasa. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, 3 minus 4, 4 minus 5. In between one subtotal. Correct? Listen. This can be, think logically, this can be adverse or this can be nil. I think this cannot be favorable. Think and tell me why. If I pay salary for 9 hours, either you will work for 9 or less than 9. You will never work for 11 hours. If you do that, it is favorable to company, but that won't happen. That will never happen. In no problem, you will get this. In fact, if you work out a sum in exam and idle time variance comes as favorable, you recheck your workings. To that extent, I am sure labor idle time variance cannot be favorable. You pay salary for 9, they will work for 9, or less than 9, they will not work for more than 9. Done. Come to the table. You tell me. No, don't copy from there. I'll write material table only first. 1, 2, 3. What was column 1? SQ, RSQ, AQ, AQ. Last column AR, columns S. Now you tell me, if I am doing this table for labor, what changes I should do? Standard hours, revised standard hours, actual hours, actual hours. Last column is actual rate now per hour. It's not per kg now, per hour. All other columns are standard rate. Sir, this is correct if you want to do 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, 3 minus 4. But you have one more variance now. That is idle time. What is the meaning of idle time? Sir, you are paying for 9 hours, but he is working for 8 hours. This is actual hours paid. Hello. And this is actual hours worked. AH will now become AHW and AHP. Now my table will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, SH, RSH, AHW, AHP, AHP. Are you following? Last column is AR, other columns are SR. Now you tell me, go in the same flow. 1 minus 2 should be labor yield variance. Remember that chart and the bottommost one. 2 minus 3 should be labor gang variance, and then there is a subtotal. Correct? We will find the name, that's not a problem. You understand the chart, things will be easy. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, and then 3 minus 4 is idle time. You observe here, standard rate, standard rate. Rate is same. The difference is only because of actual hours work and actual hours paid. I am paying you salary for 9 hours into 10 rupee. You are working only for 8 hours into 10. So this is 80, this is 90, has to be adverse. Or it may be you will work for 9 hours, I will pay you for 9 hours, 90 and 90. This is 0. But it will never happen that you have worked for 10 hours where I have paid for only 9. That won't happen. Therefore, this number cannot be favored. Okay, so coming back, 1 minus 2 yield, 2 minus 3, this is yield, this is gang, this is idle time, and 4 minus 5 is rate variance. No price, now it is rate variance. There cannot be purchase and consumption and opening stock and closing stock. So that possibility of breaking a column is not there. Labor now, they come, they work and go. Where is opening stock and closing stock? Correct? Page number 447. You see the table now. You already know this. Okay, one last doubt without copying from book. Tell me, how should I get RSH now? Which AHW total in? I gave you one shortcut half an hour ago. Next column total in. Previous column you did not like, now that helped you. Because the confusion can be, should I do HW total or HP total, because both are A, actual. Therefore it is next column total in, previous column ratio. This is possible only if you have more than one type of labor. Two raw materials mix variance, two type of labor, then only gang variance, then only column 2. Revised will come only if you can total next column and previous column has a ratio. Come to textbook. Labor A, labor B, column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see there SH, RSH, AHW, AHP, AH. You are in last column, multiply with AR. All other columns are multiplied by SR. 1 minus 2 yield variance, 2 minus 3 gang, then subtotal, and then idle time variance, 4 minus 5 rate variance, and finally grand total. Similar to material, just that one extra column is what you have to understand. Note, SH standard hours is standard hours for actual production. Tell me, in material table, what was this note? Standard quantity for actual production. Next, RSH is AHW total in SH ratio. There it was AQ total in SQ ratio. Single labor problem. Tell me now which variance won't be there? Gang variance. If gang variance is not there, column 2 won't be there. There also column 2, here also column 2. Revised is not there. No gang variance, therefore remove column 2. Last note is exclusively for you. If AHW and AHP are same, then there will be no idle time variance. After that, I type extra this time. Do not remove that column. Sir, AHW, AHP is same. Anyway, column 3, column 4 is SR. We'll skip one more column. Don't do. You write and then show nil. Understanding? Because what if in exam they ask you idle time variance is dash? Though it is same, you have to still tick as nil. You can't tick as cannot be calculated. Understand? I pay for 9 hours, they work for 9 hours. If they don't give any idle time, there is no idle time variance. Don't remove the column. Let the column be there. You write same number twice. Done. Okay. Answer can be shown as nil. That has come in bold. No, because they asked once. They did not give anything about idle time. And then question was idle time variance also, sub question A, B, C, D. Many students skipped that column itself. So they lost 1 mark even when everything is correct. Understanding what I am saying? They gave sub question A, B, C, D, E. In that one of the sub question was idle time. These guys saw HW, HP same. They did not write that column itself. Therefore, in their answer they had only A, B, C, E. D was not there. Students were correct. Sir, it is 0. But you have to write that it is 0. Otherwise, you will lose a mark. They lost a mark. After that, I added this line. Normally, I say people won't listen, so I print nowadays. Done. Question number 7. Standard labor hours and rate for production of article A is given to you. Skilled workers, unskilled workers, and semi-skilled workers. Number of hours required to make 1 unit given. Rate per hour given. Cost also given. Actual data, skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled workers, number of hours taken by them, rate per hour, and the cost that we have incurred. Articles or units produced is 1000. Calculate labor cost variances. You have more than one variety of labor, therefore column 2 is there. No idle time information. Then also both column 3 and column 4 should be written. Just now you saw. Don't remove that column, because they will allot 1 mark for each variance. And if you don't write the column, you won't even write in text idle time variance. You will keep writing itself. Then the validator will check this is there, this is there, this is not there. So for 5 you will still get 4. They wanted to see that 0. Okay, start. Question 7, statement of labor cost variance. Labor column 1, 2, 3, 4. SH, RSH, last column is AR. Skilled, unskilled, skilled and semi-skilled. So to start, one by one. First, SH. In the question, first line says standard labor hours and rate for production of article A. This is for 1 unit. You need 5 hours, 8 hours and 4 hours. Later, after the table, actual production is 1000. So 1000 into 5. 5000, 8000, 4000 is the standard time required for actual production. Each unit requires 584. Last line of the question says you produced 1000. That means to make 1000 units, we should have taken 5000, 8000, 4000. Correct? RSH will come late. AHW, they have given actual data 4500, 10,200, 4200. Sorry, this is 10,000 and 4200. There is no adjustment on idle time. That means they have worked for 4500 and you have paid also for same 4500. AHW, AHP is same. Now you need rates. By the way, silly mistake some students do. Standard rate when I take, should I take 1.5, 0.5, 0.75 or 7.5, 4 and 3? That 7.5, 4 and 3 is what, per hour or per unit? Now when I say standard rate here, should I multiply with 1.5 or 7.5? Remember, this is 5000 hours. That means into should also be per hour. You know what is 7.5? They did 5 into 1.5 is 7.5. That is your cost per unit. You are not doing 5000 units into something. You are doing 5000 hours. That means you should multiply also by hours. Correct? Both should be hourly basis. Yes. So standard rate 1.5, 0.5, 0.7, everywhere 0.5. Actual rate is 2.45, 0.75. Remember that should also be per hour, not per unit. Note 1, RSH is equal to AHW total in SH ratio. AHW total is 18,700, correct? Uh, Skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled. RSH numbers are correct. Yes, sir. Next, this will go here. Column 1, 9, 1, 6. Column 3 and 4 will be same because there is no idle time. Next sum you have idle time. Here it is nil variance, but as I told you, don't delete that column. Done. All 5 numbers. 1 minus 2. 1 second. I'll rest. Labor yield, labor gang together, efficiency, idle time, labor rate, labor cost. Yes, 1 minus 2. Adverse. Okay. One seven total. Those who have completed, identify the reason. Why is yield variance adverse? If you see the SH total, 5 plus 8 plus 4, 17,000 hours we should have taken. Those who have completed, you do this. We should have taken 5 plus 8 plus 4, 17,000 hours. But RSH, if you do, you have taken 18,700 hours. That means you have taken more time. You have taken more time. That means you are slow. Correct? You are slow means the variance has to be adverse. That's why yield variance is adverse. Tell me, gang variance is favorable. Why? If you see 2 minus 3, everyone, costliest source is skilled employee, and 5,500 has come down to 4,500. Here you have saved 1000 hours into 1.5, you have saved 1,500 rupee here, correct? But that time 8,800, 10,000, here you have spent 1,200 hours into 0.5, 600 you have lost. And here 4,400, 4,200, you have saved 200 into 0.75. Is that 150 saving? Following? If you take all of this, what's the number now? 1050 net saving, correct? This 1050 net saving itself is your favorable gang variance. Skilled is costly. Same example that we discussed in morning. Unskilled and semi-skilled is cheaper. So you have saved a lot of money here itself. 1,500 saved, 600 lost, and another 150 you saved here. Net effect is 1050 save. Okay, this is a subtotal. Why is idle time variance nil? Because we have paid and they worked for same number of hours. Next problem you have, each labor wasted 4 hours in a month. And that line comes, then idle time variance also will be there in the working. Rate variances adverse because if you see you have paid more. Observe 1.5 became 2, 50 paisa extra, 0.5, 45, you saved 5 paisa, but then another there is no change at all. So if you see 4,000, observe everyone, 4,500 into 50 paisa extra, you have spent 2,250. Hello, this I'm only talking about 4 and 5. 1.5 rupee has become 2 rupee. That means you have paid 50 paisa extra for 4,500 hours. That means you have paid 2,250. Whereas here 50 paise came down to 45 paise. Sir, we saved how much? Only 5 paise. 5 paise into 10,000. You saved how much? 500 rupees saving. Here 0.75, 0.75, no saving. So net you lost 1,750, and that itself is here 1,750. Happening. Chalo. Do you need a 1 minute break? No, 5 minutes. 1 plus GST. Quickly, those who need can take a break. Question number 8. Market important. The standard labor component and actual labor component for a week are as under: skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Standard, observe here, they did not say number of hours, so you can't copy this in SH. Be careful. Standard number of workers. This is not standard number of hours. This is not SH. 32, 12 and 6. What is the meaning of this standard number in a gang? In Calci, 32 plus 12 plus 6, I think it will be 50. That means my company normally has total 50 workers. In that, standard proportion is 32, 12 and 6. Correct? Standard number of workers. This is not time. This is number of people. Standard wage rate per hour. This is SR to me. Standard rate anyway per hour. Easy. Next, actual number of workers. Again, this is number of employees. This is not time. Be careful. Actual wage rate per hour. This is your AR. 3, 2 and 1. 4 rupee, 3 rupee and 2 rupee. I already know my rate variance has to be adverse. Do you agree? If you see all three variety of workers, we have paid extra. 3 versus 4, 2 versus 3, 1 versus 2. So total I don't know the number, but I know one thing, rate variance has to be adverse. If question is rate variance is dash and 3 options have favorable, 1 option has adverse, take my name and tick adverse, don't worry about the number. Has to be adverse. It can't be favorable when you are paying extra salary. Correct? Sir, more time, less time, all of that doesn't matter when you are doing rate. Rate variance is last 2 columns. You will take actual hours, actual hours. One is actual rate, standard rate. So difference won't be because of time or number of people. Difference is purely because of rate per hour. 3 versus 4, 2 versus 3, everywhere you have paid more. Has to be rate adverse variance. Anyway, next. During 40 hours week, gang produced 1800 standard labor hours. Underline this. Now 1800 is standard labor hours, but is it only for skilled or semi-skilled or unskilled, or is it total of all? Total of all. But in my table, I need separately SH for skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled, correct? See, my table is first column is skilled, unskilled, semi-skilled, and then I need SH. That means I can't copy this 1800 directly. 1800 is useful, but I can't copy directly. Continue. Calculate the different labor variances. There were 2 hours of abnormal idle time for all employees during the week. This will help me for AHW and AHP. You will pay for more, but they will work for less because they are wasting 2 hours. All variety employees. Correct? Now I can't start with the table because first number SH itself I don't know. Sir, you know 32, 12 and 6, correct, but that is not standard hours, that is standard number of employees, 32 people, not 32 hours, correct. Sir, you also know 1800, correct, but 1800 is total, but my table is for skilled separately, semi-skilled separately and unskilled separately. That means first working note is SH. Start. We can do it together. Computation of standard hours. Please listen. What is 1800 hours? Total. But I want skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled separately. Tell me, how do I break the 1800 in what ratio? Standard workers ratio. 32 is to 12 is to start. 1800 total SH. Under that, skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. 32 is to 12 is to 6. 1152. Correct? All of you, when we are doing working note 1, you should be able to connect this to our main answer. Our main answer, first column is SH, that is ready. Second column is RSH. For RSH, you first need HW, correct? Working note number 2. Understand? SH done. Next, actual hours worked in bracket AHW. Stop writing for a minute. When I need actual hours, will I take this 32, 12 and 6? No, that's a standard number. Do we know actual number? 28 employees, 18 employees and 4 employees. Listen, this is number of employees, but I need in time, correct? After the table they said during 40 hours week. But if I do into 40 and fill the number, I think that will also be wrong. It's a 40 hours week, but did they work for 40? No. They said there were 2 hours of abnormal idle time. That means these guys have worked only for 38, correct? But tell me, I should pay salary for 38 or 40? 40. Now tell me, I pay salary for 40, you work for only 38. Now idle time has to be adverse. Following? No calci. Wait, 40 minus 2. What about unskilled worker? Is 40 minus 2 same for everybody? First of all, after the table, during 40 hours week, that won't change, correct? And later they said 2 hours abnormal time for all employees. If they say abnormal idle time only for skilled, then you do 40 minus 2. Here other places you do 40, 40. You have to read properly. Actually, next question, men and women, question number 9 in your book. I had done this before 2-3 years ago. I had put this adjustment. There were 4 hours of idle time only for women. Then some of them were unhappy. Then I changed it to both men and women. So in exam that may happen. Clear? Everyone? No. Women were not unhappy. Why said, sir, why we can't waste time? Why only they should waste? Therefore, now it is all employees wasting 2 hours of time. Listen, listen. Don't write anything. This total, will it help me? This total you need for working note 3. RSH is equal to AHW total in SH ratio. So if we do all working notes, 99% of table will be ready now. SH done, AHW done. Next I'll do RSH. Then one more working note, AHP. Tell me in AHP what should I do? 28 into AHP working note. I will do 28 into 40, 18 into 40, 4 into 40. That's all. No minus 2. I have to pay for 40. They'll work for 38. So copy now. Actual hours worked is 28 into 40 minus 2. 1. Correct. Done. Working note 3. RSH is equal to AHW total in SH ratio. This is ratio. So you can either take 32, 12 or 6 or 1152, 432, 21. Anyway, ratio. Anybody? 4, 5, 6. No decimals, right? SH done, RSH done, AHW done. One more AHP. Simple working note. In exam, if you don't have time, this AHP, you don't do working note. Fill directly in main table. AHP. "28 skilled workers and we have to pay them for full 40 hours. They work for 38, but salary is for full 40,000. 120. Next 18 into 40 and 4. Sorry. This total, what's the use? 0. This total, where are you going to use? Good. But what's the use? Done. All the R's data ready. SH, RSH, AHW, AH. Then you need rates, and rates are already there in the question. 321432. From here it's all calculator work. I'll wait. You complete the sum. Now the main table. Computation of Column 1 total. 88 1 60. Listen, in exam, if you find any number which is far away from other numbers, better you recheck once. If you still get the same number, you continue. I'm not saying you'll always do mistakes, but sometimes 720 in calci, you put 7200 in that speed. Now here all the numbers are around 4000 to 5000. There is one big number. If this happens, if I am a student, I will recheck. Second time, third time also I get the same number. Anyway, basic these three numbers to be checked. Any unreasonable number, recheck once. That's all I'm saying. You may be right. You are right always. But recheck. Done. Chalo. 1 minus 2, anybody? 70? Okay. 2424. Listen, I need your help. You don't have to do any calculation. You have in working notes. Tell me, why is 1 minus 2 adverse? How much was SH total? You have in your working notes. Don't go to main answer. SH total was 1800. But RSH total? That means you have taken extra time. And if you take extra time, you are slow. If you are slow, it has to be adverse. Correct? 2 minus 3 is favorable. For this, you have to come to the table. Skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled. I think costly source was skilled, and then semi-skilled is medium, and unskilled is the cheapest source. And you are getting favorable here. That means you have saved more than you have spent more. Correct? I have shown already in 2-3 sums. Each line item saving or loss, if you add, the total comes to this. Tell me, why is this number, and this is anyway subtotal, why is 248 adverse? Because there is 2 hours of idle time. Hello? And why is 2000 adverse? Because all the rates, if I see 3 to 1, I have paid 432, and I have paid extra to all of them 1 rupee each. That means I have paid little more. Correct? I don't know whether you're getting this doubt or not. This is anyway 2 to cancel. So I can write this as 1 minus 3. And in this it is 3, 3 cancel. I'll write here then 3, 3 cancel. This can be 4, 4 cancel, and then this is 1 minus 5. Correct? Here there is no 3.1, 3.2. Therefore, in exam, if they directly ask you calculate labor cost variance, you don't have to do full table and do grand total. Do column 1, do column 5. Difference is the answer. Otherwise, for 1 mark MCQ, imagine if this is the question. 2424 is 1 mark MCQ, then you shouldn't be doing all of this. To get total number, I need column 1, I need column 5, SH, nothing else, directly AHP. Last column AR, this column SR. Only this minus this is enough. Column 1 versus column 5. This you can do even in material. Only problem is sometimes you get that stock adjustment, so that 3.1, 3. If that stock adjustment is not there, there also it is 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, and then 1 minus 3, 3 minus 4, it is 1 minus 4 in MCQ. You don't have to do full table for every single variance. Done. One more doubt. In fact, she asked that question but not directly. Listen, we are doing idle time variance after efficiency variance, correct? This is yield, this is gang, and this is efficiency, and then we are doing idle time. Sir, what if I present like this? Everyone concentrate. Madam, here 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. What if I do 3 minus 4 and then do subtotal and then 4 minus 5 grand total? This will be now yield. This is gang. Till this there is no problem. Same as before. Now what if I include this also here, idle time? Then this can be called as efficiency. There is a reason why idle time should come separately. Efficiency is not about idle time. Out of 40 hours, 2 hours you have anyway wasted. In balance 38, how good was your speed? That is efficiency. Wasting time is not part of efficiency, inefficiency. Forget the 2 hours you are anyway wasting. In 38 hours, are you working properly? That is efficiency. Therefore, efficiency should come, sorry, idle time should come separately. We should not do, because I know why this doubt comes. Sir, now also 2 2 cancel, 3 3 cancel, 1 minus 4, 1 minus 4 4 4 cancel, 1 minus 5. Final number will be same, correct? But then idle time should not be part of efficiency. Old syllabus study materials, they used to do this mistake: yield, gang, idle time, and then call it as efficiency variance, and then give one note: efficiency variance can be calculated without considering idle time also. That's when they invented new thing, sub efficiency, your first term in the previous table. For yield in bracket they wrote sub efficiency. Understanding? So you do idle time separately, don't keep it as part of efficiency. Out of 30, out of 40, 2 hours you are not at all working, that is idle time. In balance 38, how good you are, that is efficiency. Understanding? Sir, in 24 hours, 14 hours you are not working, sir. This is what now? Idle time. Sir, in 10 hours that you are working also, you are very slow, sir. This is efficiency. Getting it? There is a difference. We should not say 10 hours I am working with 90% efficiency, that means only 9 hours, therefore 1 hour wasted here plus 14, 15 hours is not the correct way. First minus that 14. Out of 10, you talk about my efficiency. Correct? If you remember in budget class, I gave you one example: capacity and efficiency. Out of 24 hours, I am only working for 10 hours. This 14 hours is my capacities problem. It's not my efficiency problem. Out of 10 hours work, I am very slow. That is efficiency problem. So these are two different things. So you go by what you have understood now. I'm just clarifying. Yield and gang, that will give you efficiency. Separately idle time, and then rate, and finally cost variance. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3, subtotal, 3 minus 4, 4 minus 5, grand total. Done. Now just a second, if there is any no, you cannot do any homework. So I'll just take, hello, I'll just take 2 more minutes. We'll quickly revise both the tables and we are winding up for today. First we discussed material cost variance. Quickly answer now. Packing later. Hello. Listen. Material cost variance mainly had two. This is called usage or volume or quantity, and this side it is rate or price. Okay, this had two segments. This is yield and this is mix. Okay, in our table this is 1 minus 2, this is 2 minus 3, this is 3 minus. When will that 3.1 3.2 come into picture? When there is opening stock, closing stock. Guys, tomorrow we have to do a lot of reverse working sum. We did one sum today where they give you answer and you have to fill the boxes. So knowing the connection is important. 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 together is volume or usage or quantity, and then 3 minus 4 is rate variance. Okay, quickly tell me, column 1 is what? SQ. Last column. Perfect. Now this actual rate can be written as actual price also. Price rate is one and the same, correct? Okay, how do I get RSQ number? RSQ is equal to AQ total in SQ ratio. And when will this be relevant? Only when I have more than one raw material. If it is single raw material, then you don't need this column. Then 1 minus 3 itself is yield as well as usage, volume or quantity. Everything about quantity is only 1 minus 3. And then 3 minus 4 is rate or price. Chalo. Labor cost variance table. First arrow mark is time, and this as per book they call it as efficiency, and then here it is rate. Under this you have labor yield variance. Individual employee being slow is yield variance. Second one is gang variance, having more costly workers and less of cheaper workers will create a problem here. In between there is idle time variance. This may or may not be there in every sum, but you keep the table, don't delete the columns. Okay, last one is rate variance. This is, now tell me, 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3 subtotal, and then 3 minus 4, and this is 4 minus 5. Chalo, this will be now skilled, unskilled, semi skilled, blah blah blah. Then column, how many? Why 5 columns? Because I have 4 variants. No. Simple answer. Why 5 columns? Because I have 4 variances. For every variance, I need at least one more. Variance is comparison between two things. First and second, second and third, third and four, 4 and 5. Tell me, SH, RSH. Last column is this total will give you 1 minus 2 is labor yield. Yield variance has one more name, just now I told you, sub efficiency. Okay. 2 minus 3 is after giving in study material as labor gang variance, because we won't mix people. In study material itself, later in some questions they have written calculate labor mix variance. It was mix variance only first of all. They change it to gang variance. So gang and mix is one and the same. Can be team, can be group. Correct? This is what now? Efficiency. And then what? 3 minus 4. Idle time variance. 4 minus 5 is rate variance. And finally this is labor cost variance. This is subtotal and this is grand total. Tell me, in between RSH is equal to what? SH AHW total in standard hours ratio. What if you have single type of employees? Then there won't be RSH. Then column 1, 3, 4, 5. SH, AHW, AHP, AHP. Last column is always AR. Other columns are S. 1 minus 3 will be direct, no sub efficiency now, directly efficiency. Then 3 minus 4 idle time, 4 minus 5 rate variance. Done. Chalo, thank you so much. We'll meet tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Bye bye. We started discussing labor cost variance. I think we did 2 questions on labor variance. First one was a very basic question. Second question, they had given total standard hours, correct? And we did 4 working notes, Correct? Is there any problem with speaker? No, there is some background noise. Want to restart please? Yes, we did two questions on labor cost variance. In that second question, I want to do a quick revision because today's discussion will start from that point. All of you go to yesterday's last solution. Our working note 1 was computation of SH. Total standard hours was given 1800, but in our table we need standard hours for each variety of labor. Therefore, we decided to segregate that in the ratio of standard number of employees in the gang. When they say standard number, it is number of employees, not number of hours, right? We had total 1800 hours, but we did not have standard hours for each. And what we did, we took 32:12:6 ratio and we worked out standard hours. It's okay now, no disturbance. Thanks. That is number 1. Then we did AHW, AHP and RSH calculation. For AHW, we took actual number of workers into 40 minus 2. We did minus 2 because they gave abnormal idle time. And they said 2 hours is abnormal idle time for all. Therefore, we have done minus 2, minus 2, minus 2 everywhere. In exam, this may change. They may say 2 hours idle time for skilled, 3 hours for semi-skilled, 4 hours for unskilled. Then you have to do minus 2, minus 3, minus 4. If nothing is given, then you minus same. Assume all of them together wasted time. That's the easy way of understanding. Everyone watched match for 2 hours. So minus 2, minus 2, minus 2 for skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. Okay. So we did AHW. After that AHP. Though you work for 40 minus 2, salary should be paid for full 40. That's why you had in the answer 3 minus 4 as adverse variance, because I'm paying salary for 40. You're working only for 38. And then you need RSH. For RSH, we did AHW total in standard hours ratio. Yesterday's last question, that was question number 8. Working notes are more important than the main table, right? Because main table had actually nothing. All the rates were given in the question and all the numbers came from working note 1, 2, 3, 4. In that also, keep in mind, working note 1 standard computation is always and always important. Suppose one day before exam, if you don't have time to do full standard costing revision, every first working note you revise, because first working note is always standard. Yesterday we did one question, that 900 square meter, the floor mat. There also working note 1 was SQ. Then we did one question where they gave 15% wastage, 40, 60%. There also computation of SQ was important. And understand, if SQ is done correctly, AQ will be there in the question. And RSQ is AQ total SQ ratio. That means if SQ is correct, then RSQ can also be correct because it is in that ratio. If you do wrong SQ, you take wrong ratio. Correct? AQ will be given in the question. That can't be wrong anyway. What is given in the question, if you are writing wrong answer, then God bless you. But SQ, RSQ, that too SQ, because RSQ is again a byproduct of AQ and SQ, correct? Next column total in previous column ratio. If previous column is wrong, the answer will be wrong. So today also, entire class, the first working note, standard quantity, standard hours. By the way, today's questions won't be only labor and overhead. Once we complete labor, you'll have material and labor together in single sum. And then we discuss overhead. Once overhead is done, it is material, labor, overhead all put together in single sum. Last 2-3 questions are like this. They ask 10 variances. First 3 material, next 3 labor, next 2 variable, next 2 fixed. 10 marks question, 10 variances. So today is not balance part. Today is yesterday's plus new learning. And they may not ask 10 marks question only from labor. Yesterday also I told you 10 marks only from material. Clear? So question number 9 now. Yes, the data obtained from a manufacturing concern given to you. Standard number in the gang. This is number of employees. This is not number of hours. Men and women. After that, standard rate per hour. This is SR in your table. Actual employees in the gang. Again, number of employees. Actual rate per hour. This is your AR. So SR and AR is given, but number of hours you do not have. Continue. In a 48 hours week, what do you mean by in a 48 hours week? If everyone works without wasting time, they should work for 48 hours and I will pay for 48 hours. Correct? The gang has produced 1200 standard hours. There was idle time of 4 hours for men and women employees each due to machine breakdown. That means you have to minus 4 from men also and women also. Compute wage variances. Can you try this? This looks similar to yesterday's last. I will discuss. Sir, yesterday's question, last line was 2 hours abnormal idle time. Everyone listen. And now question number 9 also, after the table, there was idle time of 4 due to machine breakdown. That means this is abnormal idle time. Correct? Machine suddenly stopped working. That's the meaning of breakdown. It is not rest given. That means sir, yesterday's problem and today's problem, in both we have abnormal idle time. Will there be any change if we have a normal idle time? Yes, that we'll discuss today. Because yesterday you did one material problem, actually two material problem. One we did together, one you did. There was standard loss, 15%, 10%. Standard loss means normal loss. But today we are discussing idle time, not normal. We are discussing directly abnormal idle. That means we have to discuss even the normal idle time little later today. As of now, it is abnormal idle time. So this is similar to eighth question yesterday. Give a try. Working note 1, standard hours, anybody? Matching? I think most of you have done working note to HW. HW I am asking. 7? 7 not? And HW is correct. 1 second. RSH. Can you confirm? AHP, anyone? 7? Correct. If up to this numbers are correct, then table will be correct. Anybody? Column 1. 10? 11? Okay. Is it 26 point something? That's okay. Next one. Double two 9. This also has some rounding off. Don't worry. Next one. 3 8. I think these two numbers you may have some rounding of difference. Don't worry. Last also have some rounding of difference. Raise your hands. How many of you are done till here? Numbers are correct. From here it is calculator work. And understand every decimal. 1127 point something. When you do 2 minus 3, you will have little extra. That will get offset when you do 3 minus 4. Because that time your starting point is low, correct? So net effect is only 1 minus 5. If you want to write also 2 digits after decimal point maximum. All okay till this. Labor yield 104, adverse 17.6 or 18 that you adjust favorable. That's okay. Subtotal. Hmm. And then idle time 1 2 adverse. That's okay. Decimal 112 or 113 you write. Okay. 102. And then rate variance 9 or 10. I'll take what adverse. Finally 198 adverse. All of this is subject to rounding of difference. 1 or 2 rupee plus minus is okay. Don't worry. You write your number. You don't change your number. Correct, sir? All okay. Can I continue? Done. Need time? Zero finished? Done. So in your textbook itself, make a note 8 or 9. One of the two you should revise, not both. But one you should revise. Any one. Just make a note in textbook itself. Revise either 8th or 9th. These are similar questions, but 10th is a different variety. Chalo, question number 10. A gang of workers usually consists 10 men, 5 women, 5 boys in a factory. When they say usually consists, this is your standard gang. Yeah, 10, 5 and 5. Okay. They are paid at a standard hourly rate of 1.25, 0.8 and 0.7. This is your standard rate. That means you have standard number of employees and standard rate per hour. In a normal working week of 40 hours, the gang is expected to produce 1000 units of output. Now, this adjustment was not there in yesterday's last question and today's first question. Number of units was not given. They gave standard hours directly. Now they have given standard units output. In a particular week, gang consisted 13 men, 4 women and 3 boys. What is this now? Actual workers in the gang. They said gang consisted. Past tense, the actual number. Actual wages were paid at the rate of 1.2, 0.85 and 0.65 respectively. What is this now? Actual rate AR. Okay. 2 hours were lost due to abnormal idle time. This you know how to adjust already. And 960 units of output were produced. Again, this is new number of actual units. Even this was not there in previous sum. Correct? After this, calculate various labor variances. Last two solutions. First working note was computation of SH, and we started with what? Total SH, correct? In the standard workers ratio. But now in this question, you do not have total SH with you. Hello? What you have is, in a normal working week of 40 hours, the gang is expected to produce 1000 units of output. You can't do 1000 in some ratio, that is in units. You want in hours. Correct? Start. Working note number 1, question 10. Standard number in gang is equal to 10 men, 5 women plus 5 boys. Total 20. Correct. This is what normally happens. 10 plus 5 plus 5. And they said, in a normal working week of 40 hours, continue, normal working week has 40 hours. Read in the question, it says, in a normal working week of 40 hours, the gang is expected to produce 1000 units. This is not actual output, expected to produce. Next line, expected output is equal to 1000 units. Do we also know actual output? Last line of the question, actual output 960 units. Listen to me now, very, very important part. Normally, how many workers come to our factory? 20. All of them work for how many hours? 40. In Calci, 20 into 40, 800 hours. If all of them in total work for 800 hours, they are expected to produce how many units? 1000. How many units they actually produced? If I do cross multiplication, I'll get to know how many hours they should have taken. Understand my sentence properly. If all 20 of them work for 40 hours, that means total will be 800. If they work for 800 hours, they are expected to produce 1000 units. They actually produced 960 units. How many hours they should have taken? Should have means what? Standard or actual? Standard. Should have means what? Standard. How many hours I should have taken to complete this chapter? Standard time. How many hours I actually took is actual. I'm not discussing actual. My working note one is SH. I'm not doing AHW, AHP now. Correct? Listen now. It means 20 employees into 40 hours. This will give you 1000 units of output. That means 800 hours for 1000 units. They should have completed 960 units in, cross multiply now, 768 hours. Can you please tell me what is the meaning of 768 hours? Standard hours for actual production. Yesterday's note 1 after the table. Correct. Note 1, standard hours is for actual production. That means to produce 960 units, they should have taken 768 hours. But the problem is 768 is in total. Sir, idle time will all come later. That is actual. We are still setting standard. Correct. 768 hours is total. But our table will have men, women, boys. That means I need to know standard hours for men, standard hours for women and boys. Now tell me how to do. This 768 should be men, women and boys in what ratio? 10 is to 5 is to 5. Yesterday's answer you started from here. They gave standard hours was 1800. 1800 you distributed. Now we have to do 3-4 things before and then find out how much is the total standard hours for the whole company. But my table is not for whole company, that is for men, women, boys separately. Therefore, then I share that in the ratio 10, 5, 5. Correct? Now do it 10. Tell me this number also. 384, 192, 192. Listen. In total, what is the meaning of this working note? If 20 workers had worked for 40 hours, they should have produced 1000 units. But they actually produced only 960 units. That means they should have taken 768 hours. Out of that, men should have taken 384, women 192, boys 190. This is your SH. How many hours they actually took will all come later. I'm still in working note 1. Working note 1 is what? Computation of SH. Correct? Copy. I think we have copied till 960. Yes. No. Otherwise, will I take 800 hours as my total standard hours? 800 hours was needed for how many units? How many hours you actually took? How many units you produced? 960. That means how many hours you should have taken? Correct? Listen to me. Our doubt is, sir, when you cross multiply with 960, this 768 is actual hours. No, it won't be actual hours. Madam, understand this. To complete 10 chapters, if you need 10 hours, and if you have completed only 8 chapters, then tell me what this cross multiplication will give you. How many hours you should have taken? Cross multiplication will give me 8 hours. But if you complete in 7 hours only, this is actual, this is standard. Correct? No, standard is how much should have happened. Actual is what has actually happened. Sir, then what is 10 hours called as? Little later I'll discuss. This is called budgeted hours. Oh, don't get confused. We'll discuss later. Correct? Understand? Simple. 10 chapters I should have taken 10 hours. I did 8 chapters. Cross multiplication will give me how many hours I should have taken. For actual hours, you don't need cross multiplication. You have attendance register. Count the total number of hours. How many hours you should have taken is 8, but you actually took only 7 hours. Or you might take 9 hours also. That is all later. As of now, we are still in SH. SH done. Copied everyone. So tell me, in my table, first column SH ready. What's the second column? RSH, but that will come later. You need AHW. Start. Working note 2. Actual hours worked. Men, women, boys. Do we know actual number of workers? 13, 4 and 3. Correct. A week has 40 hours, but these guys did not work for 40. Correct. There was 2 hours of idle time. Sometimes they'll give you this in percentage. 5 hours, sorry, 5% abnormal idle time. You apply 5% on 40. So it's 13 into 38. 494. 152. 114. This total, will it help? AHW total. 760. Sorry, sir. AHW done. Yes, sir. Working note 3. I can do AHP. I can do RSH also. Sir, I'll do RSH first. Most of them are already doing. You can change, no problem. RSH is equal to AHW total in standard hours ratio. 760 in the ratio of standard hours. Standard hours is there in your working note 1. You can take 384, 192, 192 or 1055 in EVA ratio. Three eight zero. RSH done now. AHP. Though they have worked for 40 minus 2, I will have to pay for 40. So 13 men into 40, 4 into 40 into 520, is it? Done, sir. I think now we can easily do main answer. I'll wait. Complete the main table. Last two columns are anyway both AHP, AHP. You don't need one more working note. Rate per hour is given in the question itself. Anybody? Column 1, 768, 760. Those who have done numbers are correct. Can I get further numbers variances? 59 adverse. Hmm. 43. Sorry. Final answer. If this is MCQ and they ask you only labor cost variance, then what to do? Column 1, column 5, right away. Only gang variance, then column 2, column 3. That's all. Don't have to do all working notes. Done. For your reference, just make a note in the above sum. Revise standard hours working note. Balance part is easy. If you get the standard hours working properly. Done. Question number 11. A gang of workers normally consists 30 men, 15 women and 10 boys. They are paid at a standard rate of 0.8, 0.6 and 0.4. Basic data given to you. In a normal working week of 40 hours, the gang is expected to produce 2000 units of output. This is not actual output, expected to produce. Observe. During the week ending 31st December, gang consisted 40, 10 and 5. Actual number of workers. Actual wages paid were, observe this line, 0.7, 0.65 and 0.3 respectively up to 50% of AHP. And the balance payments were made as per standard rate. Tell me which column will this line be used? Last column. Normally, last column is actual into actual, correct? Time and rate. But here read this again. The actual wages paid. Actual wages, when they say, it has to be actual into actual. All other columns has into SR. Correct? Only last column has actual into actual. Read once again. The actual wages paid were 0.7, 0.65, 0.3 respectively up to 50% of AHP. That means whatever salary I was supposed to pay, full hours I did not pay one rate. 50% of that I paid 0.7, 0.65, 0.3. Balance 50% I paid standard rate, which is 0.8, 0.6 and 0.4. That means, sir, for this we should first find out AHP. In that 50%, one salary rate, another 50%, another salary rate. That means this adjustment is more important in last column. All other columns you multiply by SR. So this is not even relevant. For SR, anyway you will take 0.8, 0.6, 0.4. Only last column is working. 4 hours were lost due to abnormal idle time and 1600 units were actually produced. Calculate labor cost variances. Chalo, we'll do it together. Working note 1, computation of SH. Here also they have given standard output and actual output. They have not given standard hours in total. Computation of SH. Computation of SH. Tell me, normal workers in gang is equal to 30 plus 15 plus 10, 55. Correct. Normal working hours is equal to 40. Expected output. You have done this already. Previous sum. Expected output 2000 units. Actual output 1600 units. Understand all of this put together. If 55 employees had worked for 40 hours each, they should have produced 2000 units. That means to produce 1600 units, how many hours they should have taken? Should have means standard, not actual. What is the cross multiplication? 55 into 40 should give me, correct, 2000 units. Then to do 1600 units, 1760 hours I should have taken, correct. But this is for the whole company. This should be shared. Men, women, boys. In what ratio? 30, 15. Why should not I do it this in 40 men, 10 women, 5 boys actual ratio? I am setting standard. I don't know about any actual data as of now. I'm not counting how many people came, how much I paid, how much they wasted. All of that is actual. I'm still setting the standard. Anyone? 91660. SH done. Working note 2. AHW is equal to this is all actuals now. So 40 men, 10 women and 5 boys, and week had 40 hours but they wasted 4 hours, so it is all into 36. One double 440 360 1980 total actual hours work. We can do RSH now since we have HW total. Remember that 50% of the time etc is all for payment. I am not there yet. I'm still working out hours. This is what I told you yesterday. First do all hours, then only think of rates. In material also, work out all kgs first, then the rate per kg. And revised standard hours is equal to AHW total in SH ratio 1980 in the ratio of 96:48:32 ratio anyway, don't worry. 1080 3, no rounding off any. Working note 4. Listen, here I have to do AHP calculation. AHP is needed in column 4 and 5 both. but that AR is needed only in column 5. That means AHP I can work out without thinking about that 50% adjustment. Correct? Huh. So AHP 40 men, 10 women and 5 boys, have to pay them for full 40 hours. One six double zero 400 200. Think and answer. These three numbers 1600 400 200 I can copy as it is in fourth column. Fourth column there is no problem. Fifth column can I? Fifth column I can't copy as it is, because tell me, fifth column is AHP into AR, and if I copy this 1600 I'll be multiplying with single rate. But is that how I am paying salary? No. 50% of this number I am paying one rate, balance 50% I am paying another rate. That means I will have to do column 5 also now only as working note. Otherwise in that main table I will mess up. 1600 2 arrow marks, 400 2 arrow marks, 200 2 arrow marks, then into something something that total, and that is last column in your page. It's always bad looking out of 5 columns. Correct? So better we'll do that fifth column now and then copy from here straight up. Yeah. Working note 5, actual hours paid into actual rate is equal to actual labor cost. This is in bracket column 5. Correct? But I am not paying it in one straight simple way. Listen to me. I will show for one variety, the other two you can try. How many hours I have to pay in total for men? 1600. Correct? And how much is my actual rate? 0.7 in that second para, third line. Correct? 0.7. But 0.7 is only applicable up to 50% of AHP. That means 1600 into 50% into 0.7 plus. Continue. And for balance, payments were made as per standard rate. That means again 1600 into 50%. And tell me now what is the rate? 0.8. This total will straight away go to column 5. This is only men. You have to do women, boys, and all that will go to my last column. Don't worry about exact number, understand the calculation. Those who are not very clear yet, I'm working out one more. Tell me how many hours I have to pay total? 400 for women I am talking about. Just now you did AHP 400. But line says, third line, second para, actual wages paid were 0.7, 0.65 and 0.3 respectively up to 50% of AHP. That means half of this I will be paying 0.65 to women. The balance half salary I will be paying, read, for the balance payment was made as per standard rate and standard rate was 0.6 for women. I hope clear now to everyone. Same way for boys, 50% of 200 I will pay 30 paise, balance I will pay standard rate of 40 paise. Anyone? Line by line. 1200 70. All this we can straight away copy in column 5. No need of any workings there. Total will do there only. Doubt, sir? Huh. Same, no, sir. Won't make any difference. Sir, can I write 1600 two arrow marks, this into this into this, then add both? You can do, but it's lengthy. Two arrow marks, two arrow marks, two arrow marks for all three variety. No? This is easier. Up to half one salary, balance of another salary. Add both, total salary. Correct. One small doubt. Listen. In the paragraph here, everyone, read this. Hello. Actual wages paid were 0.7, 0.65, 0.3 respectively, up to 50% of actual hours paid. Imagine this word paid was not there. Then you would have taken 50% of AHP or AHW. Think and tell. 50% of actual hours, full stop. AHP only. When you are talking about payment, it should be AHP based, correct? Hello. You are talking about payment. Payment is based on AHP, not AHW. So now column 5 is also ready. Main answer you can start. Statement of labor cost variance, type of labor, column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. SH, RSH, AHW, AHP. Last column you don't write anything, because if you write AHP into AR, that is not correct. Only half it is AR, the other half it was SR, correct? Hello. So here I'll simply write working note 5. If ready, anyone, first column. 8, 4. Those who have done, please check. Correct. Done. Tell me all the variances, final answer. 148 adverse. Done. Finished. Can I continue? Now, next two questions. You have material and labor together. This is what they can ask for 10 marks. Okay. Still in last some to start. Following information is available for the month of August 2013. Now observe, they started with material purchased, material consumed. Now, the moment you see purchase and consumption, yesterday we discussed something. All your 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3.1 is consumption based. Only price variance will be purchase based. Correct? So material purchased given, material consumed given. That means difference is opening and closing stock that they have adjusted. Actual wages paid 5,940 hours, rupees 29,700. This is AHP. Actual hours paid, AHP. Units produced, this is your output. Standard rate and prices are given to you. Material rate 4 rupee per kg, labor rate 4 rupee per hour. Standard input is 10 kg for 1 unit and standard time required is 2.5 hours per unit. Same data, both material and labor. Calculate all material and labor variances for the month of August. Now when they say all, forget labor for a minute. First material. In material, yesterday we discussed there is yield, mix and rate. Now for mix variance you should have two or more raw materials. Check in the question, do you have two or more raw materials? Sir, yes sir, we have purchased differently, consumption. No, don't talk to me like this. Correct? That means I don't need column 2. But I think that column 3 I have to break 3.1 and 3.2 because purchase and consumption is different. That means my table will be column 1, column 3.1, 3.2 and 4. 1 minus 3.1 will give me yield, no mix, so that itself is subtotal, don't do subtotal. And then 3.2 minus 4 will give you price variance. You add both, you get total material cost variance. That's all. Don't worry about labor now. Correct? First complete material, then you tick all the material items. Balance is all labor items. That will be easy later. Start now. Heading. Material variance computation. Computation of material variance. Column 1, 3.1, 3.2 and 4. Tell me what to write. Column 1 is what? We are in material, not SH now. SQ. Oh. Second is no RSQ. RSQ will come if you have two or more raw materials. That means this is AQ. But 3.1 I have written. So it is AQC. You forgot the table already. No, you forgot. SQ, RSQ, AQ, AQ. Last column is AR. Everything else is SR. That AQC, AQP, if you have different numbers, then only 3 will become 3.1, 3.2. That means SQ, RSQ, AQC, AQP. Last column is AQP. In this, there is no RSQ because it is single raw material. That means SQ, AQC, AQP. Last column is AQ. Actual quantity consumed, actual quantity purchased. Last column is anyway actual rate. Other columns are standard. I did not write first column as material because I don't know the name of that material. Single raw material. To write as A or B or X or Y also won't make a difference. So go slow. Tell me. I need SQ first. How to get SQ now? You should answer. Sir, standard input is 10 kg for 1 unit. Correct? Guys, it's a big sum. You have two variances, two tables actually. So many variances. Go slow. To make 1 unit, you need 10 kg. Do we know how many units actually produced? 2160. Remember yesterday's sentence. SQ is standard quantity for actual production. That means 2160 into 10. This is my SQ. This is the material I should have consumed. Start writing. This is the material I should have consumed. Do you know actual quantity that I have consumed? Yes, sir, already given. 22800 kg. What I should have consumed is first call. What I have actually consumed is 3.1. But 3.2 is actual quantity purchased, and that number is 24,000. This I think I can copy in last column also. Yeah. Sir, then I need rate per kg. Tell me, do I know standard rate per kg? Standard rate direct material is 4 rupee per kg. So I can take 4, 4 and 4. Correct? Sir, actual rate I don't know, but I already know actual cost as 105,600 given. Yes or no? You want to fill this divided by this will be 4.4. Correct? For your reference, if you want, in bracket, you write as given. So 4.4 is not given actually. That's all. Tell me, column 1. 86, 400, 90, and 200, 105, 600 already given. Now, before you write, remember 1 minus 3.1 is yield variance, and it is also my usage volume quantity. There is no subtotal now because there is no mix variance. Correct? So, column 1 minus 3.1 is material yield variance slash this itself is usage, also called as volume, also called as quantity. What's the number? 4,000 adverse. Column 3.2 minus 4 is material rate, or some books write it as material price 9600. What's our adverse? 14400. What? This is your material cost variance. Logically tell me, why is my usage variance adverse? I should have consumed 21,600 kg. Standard is should have consumed, but actually I have consumed 22,800 kg. I have taken more material. If I take more material, it has to be adverse. Correct? And why is my rate variance adverse? Or per kg, it was supposed to be 4 rupee, but you have paid 4.4 rupee. You have paid more. Has to be adverse. Correct? One part of the answer is done. Now the second part is labor variance. Heading. Now before writing the columns, SH is standard hours, that has to be there. RSH is possible only if you have multiple variety of employees, skilled, semi-skilled, men, women. Do we have any such information in this? That means column 2 I can remove. Correct? SH, no RSH, so straight away AHW, AHP, AHP. Now this AHW and AHP, check, do you have any idle time information? Like last 2-3 questions? No. That means AHW and AHP both will be same, but don't remove the column, you write the column. There won't be any difference. Start. Column 1, column 3, column 4 and 5. We know the table. First SH, next there is no RSH, you have AHW, AHP, AHP. Last column is actual rate, AR. All other columns standard rate, SR. Remember, single type of labor, no question of mix or gang variance. Now you have to answer what to do. SH, how to find out? They said direct labor requirement 2.5 hours to make 1 unit. Correct? How many units we have produced actually? 2160. Correct? So if I do 2160 into 2.5, I will get to know how many hours I should have taken. Sir, the 2160 units we have already ticked, sir. That is over in material only. Very good. To make same 2160 units, you consume some raw material and you also incur some labor cost. Correct? Next, do we have actual hours worked? AHW, sir, we don't have AHW, but actual hours paid we have AHP 5940. But there is no idle time adjustment. That means I've paid for same number of hours and you have worked for same number of hours. That means this will be 5940, 5940, 5940 in all the columns. Column 3, 4 and 5. No idle time variance. Then you need rates. Tell me, standard rate, do we know? Direct labor rate is 4 rupee per hour. This I can fill. Actual rate I don't have, but actual amount 29,700, that is given to you. So this by this will be 5 rupee. Twenty-one 600 is it? Second. Has to be same because idle time should be 0. Now labor yield. There is no gang, so this itself is efficiency. Remember, yield variance is also called as sub efficiency. So in this question, sub efficiency and total efficiency is same, correct? I am slow, that's all. I am mixed with another employee, I am costly, he is cheap. That problem is not there. That gang variance is not there. I am slow, so team is slow because I am the only one in the team. Understand the meaning of gang. Gang variance will come if somebody is costly, somebody is cheap, and so on. If I am the only one, if I am costly, everything is cost. Just tell me this number 2160 adverse, then labor idle time nil, correct, and then labor rate 59 adverse. This is 1 minus 3, 3 minus. Explain to why is yield variance adverse. I should have taken how many hours? 2160 into 2.5, 5400, correct, but I took 5940 hours. I'm taking extra time. I am slow. I'm slow, therefore efficiency should be adverse. Idle time is nil because there is no data. Rate variances adverse are obviously 4 rupee per hour, but actually we have paid 5 rupee per hour. We have paid extra, has to be adverse. And both are adverse, total is adverse. Done. Quick 2 minutes break, then we'll work out question number 30. Question number 13. Mark as important. Very good 10 marks question. Please mark. To start, ABC Limited had prepared the following estimates for the month of April: quantity, rate, and amount, material A and B, skilled and unskilled workers, kgs and rate per kg, number of hours and rate per hour. All the basic data is given. Normal loss was expected to be 10% of total input. In previous class, we have discussed this adjustment, standard loss or normal loss. And now we are even learning one more. An idle time of 5% of expected labor was also estimated. When they say 5% wastage is estimate, what can be estimated is only normal idle time. You can never estimate abnormal idle time. Sir, they did not use the word normal, abnormal. How to identify? Here is the correct way to understand. What can be estimated is normal. What cannot be estimated is abnormal. Suddenly mic stops working. Half an hour we had to stop the class. This I can't plan and come. Abnormal idle time. I give 5 minutes break that I can plan and come. That means out of 2.5 hours class, I know 3 to 5 minutes will go as normal idle time. What can be anticipated, what can be planned. In exam, don't expect them to give clearly like this: normal idle time 5 hours, abnormal idle time 2 hours. They won't. They will say total time wasted was 7, out of which 5% of total was anticipated. When they say anticipated, it is normal. When you already know 5% is going to be wasted, that you should consider while setting standard itself. Very important sentence. Guys, concentrate. Break is over. Yesterday, you had this adjustment for material. One sum we did together, one you did as classwork. They said 15% wastage. Therefore, what you did, 40 by 85, 60 by 85, or total output 1700 by 85. While setting standard itself, you adjusted that wastage. That means for labor also now, while setting standard hours itself, you should adjust even 5% wastage. That means in simple, you tell me today's learning, if it is abnormal idle time, that I will minus from AHW, AHP working. Abnormal idle time, I'll minus from AHW, AHP calculation. But if it is normal idle time, which I know well in advance, that I should consider while setting the standard itself. So what I can anticipate, I will consider that while setting the standard. What I cannot anticipate, I will minus from AHW, AHP, that adjustment. Clear? I should repeat. Listen to me. Out of the two, normal idle time, abnormal idle time, which can be anticipated? What you can anticipate, that you can adjust while setting the standard itself. I know if I give a work to her for 10 hours, she will take 30 minutes break. That means when I am setting the standard itself, I should do 10 hours plus 30 minutes extra. And that break is for breakfast and lunch. I can't say don't take. That means while setting the standard itself, I should count it as 10 hours plus 30 minutes. That means normal idle time is adjusted while setting the standard. But she should have finished the work in 10 hours 30 minutes, but she took 11 hours. I asked why 30 minutes extra. She said, sir, no mood, sir, in between. I went out for a long walk. This cannot be anticipated. That means this, I have to pay her AHP 11 hours, but AHW will be only 10 hours plus that 30 minutes break was anticipated. But this extra 30 minutes can never be anticipated. Therefore, you tell me now, normal idle time is adjusted while doing SH workings. Abnormal idle time will be while doing AHW workings. Correct? But I'll have to pay for full. But she will work for only total minus abnormal idle time. Able to follow? Continue. At the end of the month, following information has been collected from the cost accounting department. End of the month collected, that means this is all actual data. Month is over, data is with you. The company has produced 1480 kg of finished product. This is your actual output. Yes. Material A, material B, skilled and unskilled, kg consumed, number of hours, and rates are given. Now, first table was all standard data. Second table is all the actual data. You are required to calculate all material and labor variance. Whenever you see a big problem, don't think too much about idle time now. That idle time headache is later. At least first score 5 marks. The balance 5 will think about it later. 10 marks question, material 5 marks, labor 5 marks. Even if you don't know how to adjust labor idle time, no problem. At least material, you know, you have done 2 questions yesterday. Correct? In exam, remember, whenever you see a big sum, in the 2 adjustments are irritating. That means irritation is only 2 out of so much. Why are you disturbing yourself and not doing the other part properly? Do other part properly. Who wants 100 out of 100? Let's score 90 at least. Or you said at least. What I'm saying is don't worry about that one adjustment that you can't do. This happens in account sum. Trial balance given. Comfortable, sir. Adjustment A, sir. Adjustment B, C, D, E, F, all I can do, sir, but adjustment A only I don't. No problem. No. How much is the weightage of that? 1 out of 6 adjustments. Other 5 adjustments you can do working note 1, 2, 3, 4. Able to follow? Worst case scenario, sir, balance sheet won't tally. You may lose that 1 mark. Sir, that adjustment is wrong. 1 more mark. Sir, because of that adjustment, 1 more wrong. 1 more gone. 3 is gone. You can still score 7 out of 10. The problem is because of that one adjustment, you won't do whole sum itself. Or whole sum you will do incorrectly because you are thinking about the one that you don't know. You should focus on what you know. What you don't know in exam, you can't learn anyway. You can't discuss with anyway. So, and this is another, okay, take 1 more minute, sir. Full syllabus I am good, sir, except marginal costing. That means out of 120 marks, leave that marginal costing, you can still score 100 out of 100. Why are you worried? So, one chapter I am not good in, one syllabus should never be our headache. You know what should be our headache? Out of 15 chapters, I told sir that only one topic I am bad at. What if sir asks other 14 topic questions? Am I good at least? If that is enough, go to exam hall, you are already above 100 now. Marginal costing can't be 35 marks in exam. Even that happens. 120 minus 35, score 85 to me, I am more than happy. Because you said only marginal costing are bad. Other, you should be good. Understanding? So, for some reason, some topics, whatever circus you try, if it is not happening with you, don't worry. Maximum, that is what, one topic out of 15 chapters. This is applicable in all subjects. Students over worry about that one topic, that one topic, that one topic. And they don't worry about the balance topic. And balance is 14 chapters. Correct? Therefore, even if you are bad in one topic, in all 6 papers, no problem. Question paper is 120 marks. Leave that question. 100 out of 100 you score. That you don't talk. The 20 you want to talk. In that also no 20, it will be 10 or 15. They won't ask 2-3 questions from same topic. The syllabus is so vast if they have to cover everything. Sir, that I'll say plan, row and plan I don't like. Forget. 1 mark MCQ. 99 you score. Our focus should be on which part I can do properly. This will always happen in practical papers. You know that adjustment C, you have no idea what to do. No problem. Focus on A, B, D, E, F, and trial balance is given. Do the balance sheet without considering that one adjustment which you're bad at. Complete full answer. Leave that space only for that one adjustment. Go to next sum. At the end, if you have time, that one adjustment which you're weak, try. If not happening, also no problem, because balance 70% answer is ready. Out of 10, you'll score 7. In this strike rate, out of 100 you can score 70. And in exam they won't, sorry, in your marks card they won't write attended how much, scored how much. They only show how much you have scored. Correct? Keep this in mind. All accounts problems, you will have one or the other adjustments which you can't do. Don't worry, I've told you already. Out of 120 you are writing, first of all, one chapter you are not good at, leave it. Out of 100 also, one adjustment is not okay. Every 10 marks question, you score only 8. No problem. Out of 100 marks, you still score 80. 80 is 2 students passing the exam. Correct? So, don't worry too much if you don't know one adjustment. When that comes, we'll handle. If you don't know how to handle, leave that. Balance 8 marks at least to score. Sir, now labor I don't know. Labor is second part, which is the first part of the question. Material. Material, this normal wastage. Yesterday I've done 2 problems. Correct? Start. Heading computation of, no, 1 second. We can't do table working note 1. Computation of SQ. If you remember, when there is loss adjustment, this SQ can be done in 2 different styles. Yesterday I wrote both on screen. Now also I'll write both on screen. Whichever you are comfortable, you can go ahead with. Listen, material A. All of you, yesterday and today there is one small difference. Yesterday they said 40%, 60%. Correct? But today in the first table, guys, concentrate. Yeah. They said 800 kg, 600 kg. That means it is 800 plus 600, 1400 total. Guys, yesterday it was 40%, 60%. So what you did, 40 by 100. Why did you take divide by 100? Because 40 plus 60 is 100. Today it is 800, 600. That means if I am writing 800 in numerator, my denominator should be 800 plus 600, 1400. But yesterday we did not write 40 by 100. We wrote 40 by 85 because we minus the wastage. Do we know the wastage percentage? 10%. That means I should write 1400 minus 10%. Able to follow? 1260. By the way, this is one style. There is another style also. So better you wait for a minute. Into. Do you know how much is the actual output? 1480. Please do this in calculation. Rounded off, is it? 939 point something you get. 940 kg. Listen, for B, you try now. Tell me what I should write. 600 out of 1260. 705 kgs. All okay. There was another style, if you can tell me. Sir, this 1480 output, correct? Yes, is after considering 10% wastage. That means if this is, remember yesterday you have done This is what happens when we don't do homework. I did not give, my mistake, correct. If this is 90, then how much is total input, correct? What's the number? 1644 kgs. But this, I need A and B. Yesterday you did 4:6 because it was 40%, 60%. But today it is 8:6 because it is 800, 600. Correct? 8:6. What's the number? 9, 39 point something, 940. And here it is 705. Whichever way, 7 1 second, total is 1644, right? So for that to be 4, this should also be 4 then. You are sharing that number, correct? Then guys, here also we have to keep it 704. For answer can't change. I know it is rounding off difference, so don't worry much. If you write exact number, we won't have difference. Yeah. Copy whichever way you are comfortable with. All good? Listen, for our table, SQ ready? RSQ. For RSQ, you need AQ total. Now, please check in the question. Do you have actual quantity consumption and actual quantity purchase to separate data? That means AQC and AQP is same. So you don't need that 3.1, 3.2, etc. Correct? So AQ is 900 kg of A, 650 kg of B. But RSQ we have to do AQ total in SQ ratio. Working note 2. Revised standard quantity is equal to AQ total in SQ ratio. AQ total is 900 kg plus 650 kgs, correct? In SQ ratio, that is 940 is to 704, or you can even do 8 is to 6. Anyway, ratio. Eight. Are these rounded off numbers? Yes. SQ ready? RSQ ready? AQ both numbers are given. Then you need rates. I think standard rate is there in first table. Per kg 45 and 30 rupee, and actual rate is 43 and 32.5. I think we can now do the main answer. Start. Statement of material cost variance. Column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. SQ, RSQ, AQ, AQ. Last column, either AR or AP, actual rate or actual price, and standard rate. Standard quantity 940, 704. RSQ 886, 664. AQ is given in the second table 900 kg, 650 kg. And this should be multiplied with rates. Standard rate is there in first table. ₹45, ₹30. Actual rate 43 and 32.5. Anybody? Column 1, 66, 634, 20, 5979. Exact. Numbers are correct. Now you can do variance calculation. Column 1 minus 2, 2 minus 3. Subtotal. Column 3 minus 4. Grand total. First one is yield variance. Then mix variance. Together usage variance, rate or price variance, cost variance. I'll wait. Sorry, some problem. Yes. 36, 30 favorable. 175 favorable. All done. This is about material table. Now we have to do labor cost variance. Listen, before we start those working notes, check, do you have more than one variety labor, skilled and unskilled? That means you need that RSH column also. Okay. After that, do you have any idle time related information? Not normal, I'm asking abnormal idle. No, if abnormal idle time is not there, then AHW is equal to AHP. But there is normal idle time. That we should adjust while setting SH. By the way, SH we don't have in the question. We have to start now. Working note 3. From here, all working notes are related to labor variance. How to decide what is my first working note? In the table. First column I need SH, that is first working note, then RSH, then AHW, and so on. Computation of standard hours. Listen to me. This is new. First time we are doing normal idle time. Please listen. How do I set the standard? As per the first table, 800 kg plus 600 kg. To process that much of raw material, you need 1000 hours plus 800 hours. I repeat, as per first table, to process 800 plus 600 kg, total 1400 kg, you need 1000 plus 800 hours of labor. But in that material 800 plus 600, you won't get full output, you'll have to minus 10%, which means same way in labor also 1000 plus 800, you have to minus 5%. Follow this. Everyone, don't copy this. 800 plus 600 kg. In this, minus 10%. To process this output, I need 1000 plus 800 hours. In this, minus 5%. Able to follow? Sir, why minus 5%? Because they said idle time is anticipated. That means when I said 1000, when I said 800, while setting the standard itself, I knew 5% of 1800 will be wasted. Normal idle time, correct? Simplify this. In calci, 800 plus 600 minus 10%. 1260 kgs. To get this much of output, how much of time was supposed to be taken? 1000, 7, 10 hours, correct? But how many kgs of actual output we have generated? 1480 kgs. For that, how many hours we should have taken? 2008 point something, is it? I can take 9. Everyone, listen carefully. I am repeating once again. 800 plus 600 kg of material goes inside the machine. In that 10% will be wasted. That means to get 1260 kg output, correct? How much is the labor effort? 1000 plus 800. In that 5% will be wasted. If you are doing minus 10% here because it is normal material loss, you should do minus 5% here because it is normal labor loss. Labor loss is called as idle time, correct? That means to get an output of 1260 kg, I need effectively 1710 hours. But my actual output is 1480. How many hours I should have taken? Now this 2009, be careful. This is what now? Total SH, correct? But in my table, I want skilled and unskilled separately. Hello. That means this should be further segregated, skilled and unskilled Sir, in what proportion? In the standard proportion. 1000 is to 800. That means 10 is to 8. By the way, in those labor problems today, 1.5 2 hours ago, we started with 2009. That we stayed in standard working number of workers ratio. Here you don't have number of workers ratio. The only thing I have is 1000 and 800 standard ratio. Sir, why can't I take that actual 1200 is to 860 ratio? That's all actual. I'm still in standard. Understand, I'm still at the beginning of the month. I don't know what is going to be actual number at the end of the month. Correct? Do it in calci. 10 is to 8. 111 6 893. I think both these are rounded off numbers. Did you all understand this? Yeah. Okay. While writing, you understand this in sentence form. 800 plus 600 kg, total 1400 kg goes inside the machine. In that 10% is wasted. To get this output, I need that side of the arrow mark 1000 plus 800 hours of labor. In that 5% will get wasted, which means to get 1260 kg output, I need 1710 hours of labor. But my actual output is 1480 kg. For that, how many hours I should have taken? That gives you 2009 hours. But this is total for the company. But in my table, I need to segregate skilled and unskilled. So this should be shared between the two. In what ratio? I am still setting the standard. That means it should be based on standard workers ratio or standard hours ratio. 1000 is to 800. 10 is to 8. This is this, by the way, same. Done. Tell me now. In my table, SH ready. What else you need? RSH. For RSH, you need AHW. Correct? I think AHW is already there in the question. Second table, skilled 1200, unskilled 860. That means I don't have to do AHW, AHP working note, all data given. But RSH I have to do. RSH is equal to AHW total in SH ratio. AHW given in the question 1200 plus 860 2060 should be in standard ratio. Standard ratio means either you take 1000 is to 800 or you take 1116 is to 893. Anyway, ratio. Double 145 1144 is it? So then I should make it 916. Again rounded off. Correct? These are not exact numbers. SH ready, RSH ready, AHW, AHP both are given. There is no abnormal idle time. Correct? After this you need rates. For rates, I think in first table, standard rate 37.5 and 22 rupee. And in second table, actual rate is 35.5 and 23 rupee. I think we are good to do main table. Heading, statement of labor cost variance, column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all numbers with you. SH 1116893, RSH 1144916, 1200860, HW. Standard rate is 37.5, 22. This number is same everywhere. Only actual rate 35.5, 23. Done. Anybody? Column 1, 61496. Second column, is it? Recheck once. This is correct. All numbers are correct. Second column is 63052. Recheck once. 1 rupee is okay. 52 or 53 is fine. One by one. 155. Adverse. 154. Same answer. Can I continue? Come to part B. Page number 460. This question 24 is good. Let me discuss this. Everyone, question 24. Nothing to write now. If you think we should solve, we will solve. I have no problem. Don't copy from now. JVG Limited produces a product and operates a standard costing system and value material and finished goods inventory at standard cost. The information related with the product is given to you. Particulars: each unit requires 30 kg raw material at 350 rupee. Each unit requires 5 hours of labor at 80 rupee. Standard cost per unit given. The actual information for the month just ended is as follows. The budgeted and actual production for the month is 1000 units. You have output also. Direct material 5000 kg at the beginning of the month. Closing balance of direct material is 10,000 kg. Purchase made during the month is purchase during the month were made at 365 rupee per kg. They did not tell you how many kgs. They said you bought it at 365 rupee. Actual utilization of material is 7200 kg more than budgeted quantity. This adjustment is good adjustment actually. Direct labor 5300 hours at a cost of 434,600. AHW, AHP same number, and you don't have multiple raw materials, you don't have multiple labor variety also. Question is calculate direct material price and usage. Now don't do full table. Think first. Price variance, what minus what? Price. Price is last two columns. Correct? That means I need last two columns. And then usage variance. Usage variance is subtotal. And that subtotal is 1 minus 3. But in this question, you have single material. If it is single material, there is no mix variance. That means it is 1, 3 and 4. Sir, that means you need 3 and 4 there and 1 and 3 here. Better we do full table. Hello. Do you think I have to do 3.1 and 3.2? Think. I can see some opening stock and closing stock. So AQC and AQP may not be same now. Therefore, better full table we do. Column 1, column 3.1, 3.2 and 4. 1 minus 3.1 is usage. That itself is yield. 3.2 minus 4 is rate or price variance. That total is not there, not needed, because I did not ask you cost variance. Correct. After that, for labor they asked rate and efficiency. Now rate variance will be what minus what? 4 minus 5. That means you need column 4, you need column 5. And then efficiency. Efficiency is subtotal. Efficiency is subtotal. For subtotal, you have yield and gang. In this question, is there any gang variance data? No. That means it is only yield variance. That means I need yield variance. I need rate variance. That means I need column 4, column 5. I need column 1 and 3. I don't need 2 because there is no RSH. That means, sir, you need column 1, 3, 4, 5. Might as well do full table. So this way you need to decide whether you need to do full table. What if question is only direct labor, rate variance. Now tell me, why do you need full table? Rate variance is last two columns. That means only column 4, column 5. It is only column and column. Why do you need a table for that? You can write in formula also. Remember, become style I told you. Variance is equal to column 3 minus column 4. AHP into AR, this into SR. So whether table is needed or not depends on the data. Here I need both, correct? Listen. Now you have solution with you anyway, don't worry. So for material related variance, we discussed we need SQ, but I don't need RSQ. Guys, 5 minutes back I discussed, don't give me looks. SQ, no RSQ. This is AQC and AQP. I am doing this because there is stock adjustment, correct? This is 3.1, 3.2, and last is AQP. This is 4. Tell me, last column is AR, other two columns are standard rates. This, if I do 1 minus 3.1, that will give me what? Usage variance. Usage yield is same here because there is no mix. And then 3.2 minus 4 should give me price variance. And I am not going to do this total because they have not asked in the question. They said calculate direct material price and direct material usage. They did not say direct material cost. Why to do extra? If they say calculate all variances, then I have to do by default even the total. And that's what we did in all 11, 12 questions. Correct? Now you help me. How do I fix SQ? Do I know how many kgs are required to make 1 unit? How many? 30 kg. Do you know how many units I produced? 1000 units. That means if I do 1000 into 30, I will get to know how many kgs I should have consumed. Correct? SQ ready. Next I need actual quantity consumption. How to get actual quantity consumption? Sir, after table, that fourth, fifth line says actual utilization of material is 7200 kg more than budgeted quantity. That means whatever 1000 into 30 you said just now, that plus 7200 kg in calci 1000 into 30, 30,000, 7200 more. That means this should be 37,200 kg. I already know. Tell me whether you also know this or not. Usage variance has to be adverse. Tell me why. Sir, you have consumed more raw material than necessary. If you consume more than necessary, it has to be adverse. Sir, rate I have not multiplied. Both you will multiply with same number. How will that make a difference? Take it as 1 rupee, 1 rupee. It should be same. So that won't make a difference. Okay. Done, sir. AQC ready. Then you need AQP. But AQP is not directly given. Instead, they gave opening stock and closing stock. Read after the table. Third line, direct material 5000 kg at the beginning. This is opening stock. Closing balance of material is 10,000 kg. Closing stock. Now you tell me. Consumption 37,200, you know. Just now I wrote. Opening stock and closing stock is given. Now consumption is with you, opening is with you, closing is with you. Purchase you can find out because consumption is equal to opening plus purchase minus closing. Working note 1, opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock is consumption. Answer, how much is opening stock? 8,000. Purchase we don't know. How much is closing stock? 10,000. Should be equal to how much is consumption? 37,200. Am I correct? You shift purchase, you keep purchase this side and shift 37,200 plus 10, 47,200 minus 5 comes to what? 42,200 kg is what my purchase quantity. This will go here and here. Am I correct? Happening. Then you need rates. Where do we have standard rates? Are first table only. They gave 350, 350, 350. Correct? Do I know actual rate also? Yes, sir. 360. Fine. Calci, please. First column. 1 crore 5 lakh 105 00 000. Okay, 131 113, sorry, 130. Okay. Hmm. This is how they waste time in exam, understand? 147 70,000. They could have kept it as 35 rupee and 3 kg. Logic is same, students will still have to apply same concept. How to waste time, this is the strategy as per them. Hmm. Last one, correct? Quickly do 1 minus 3.1 usage. 25 lakh 20,000, is that correct? Adverse or favorable? And 3.2 minus 4. No, 6 lakh 33,000. Correct now. Adverse. In the solution, they have first done a small table for that purchase consumption working note. I wrote like this. They have done a table, and in the next page they have worked out both variances. They have done it in formula way. Correct. Same answer. 6 lakh 33,000 adverse. Is that correct? Matching with our answer. Okay, then 25 lakh 20,000 adverse, matching with our answer. Done. You can take photo of this if you want later. There is one more part of this. Labor we haven't done. Okay. What else? Sub question 2, direct labor rate variance and efficiency variance. Now tell me, they are not asking us to do full table. So whichever column is not needed, I can remove. Now idle time also they are not asking. That means out of 3 or 4, if you take out one column, it's okay now. Because if the question was calculate all variances, then I would expect them to check idle time variance should be equal to nil. But since question is specifically about rate and efficiency, if you don't want a column, you can even remove that column. Correct? Now tell me, labor variance, column 1 SH. Will there be RSH? No. AHW, AHP, AHP. I told you this idle time is not there. So if you remove one column, it's okay. But let me not confuse you. 1, 3, 4, 5. Correct? Help me. How to calculate SH? Do we know how many hours required to make 1 unit? 5 hours. How many units we produced? 1,000. So this is 1,000 into 5. SH ready? Okay. AHW. Do we know actual labor hours? Yes, sir. 5,300. They haven't given any adjustment on idle time. So this, sir, you fill here also. You fill here also. Then you need rates. Do we have standard rate per hour 80 rupee? 80, 80, 80. But sir, last one, you don't need AR. You can fill this straight away. And if you want this by this, 80 in Calci, 4 lakh, correct? Now, tell me what is that they want? Rate and efficiency. Now, labor efficiency variance is equal to 1 minus 3. There is no yield and gang, only one now. Adverse. And then labor rate variance 4 minus 5, 10,000. What adverse? Just check in the next page. Answers are matching. 10,624,000. Correct? I have actually done full sum. My suggestion, instead of taking this photo and doing as homework, you can copy this in the main notebook itself as classwork itself. You can copy from screen. Yeah, those are getting late. Only you can take photo and go. Others copy neatly in the main notebook itself. Write as classwork. Classwork. Question number 24 from part B. Material cost variance table.